Chalo bhai, let's start. So I'm going to discuss some questions which came in UPSC Mains General Studies. So first is question number 1, which I am here to discuss. So question number 1 came, explain the role of geographical factors towards the development of ancient India. Read the question, or let's read it again. So, geographical factors towards the development of ancient India. Now, there could not be a more general question than this. Which of the following or which of the ever existed in this world, any civilization, any culture, any place, which do not have the role of geography in it? Even if you will see Delhi, so if UPSC once asked why battles are fought at Panipat, so this is Yamuna River and all the invasions are from northwest. So logic says that Delhi should be made on this side of Yamuna River. But you will see all the cities of Delhi are made on this side of Yamuna River. So why the rule of geography is broken here? So this is Aravallis. So if you will see Aravali and Yamuna meeting at point which is near Mukherjee Nagar, Majnu Ka Tila, signature bridge of Delhi, so you will find that Delhi is safe in this triangle. And that's why this is not very logical. Because if someone crosses Yamuna River from here at the shallow part, he could easily attack Delhi. So they want to make Delhi secure from 3 sides. So anything has geography rooted in it. Anything. You will see ki it is famously said that coastline of India brings, or sea brings prosperity to India. Rivers, because of their floods in alluvial plain, bring the diversity or adversity to India. So geography is the root of history. If you do not know geography, there is no point you know history. And that's why UPSC lately in prelims also started focusing on geography, ki which port is where, or which are the reasons, etc., etc. So let's see what is the role of geography in ancient India. So if we make so this is Indus River, this is Satluj River, Yamuna, Ganga. Yamuna is merging in Ganga. Chambal, Narmada, Tapi, Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri. One more we can easily mark. Brahmaputra. In this, all these are mountains. These are all mountains, needless to say Tibet, etc. So if you see, this is the basic geography of India. Here we have seen some passes opening. Khyber Pass, Bolan Pass, Nathula, Bomdila, Sipkila, Karakoram Pass. So all these are passes. Entire history of India, you will see, and this, let's not forget Vindhya range. This is Amarkantak, from where majority, this is the plateau region. This all is deltaic, relatively plain. That's why Samudragupta's march to south and east. The return march of Rajendra Chol is from the south. That's also from the eastern coast. So this is some general things. Now let's discuss the basic genesis. Now, the question is asked, development of ancient India. Now we have 2 approaches to deal with this question. Both approach I think are correct. I am not here to decide which is right, which is wrong, but 2 approaches. Approach 1, we start dealing with geographical regions. First, let's talk about Himalayas, how it played a role in India's history. So you can say stopping the Chinese invasion, stopping a lot of Central Asian invasion, and also monsoon, which is characteristic of India, is because of Himalayas, etc., etc. So that is going by geography. For example, you talk about Ganga, Yamuna, alluvial plains, So it gave wealth to Mauryan Empire, Magad Empire, Gupta Empire, etc., etc. So that is region by region we are going. That is approach 1. That is more of geography oriented. Because this question is neither clearly of geography nor clearly of history. Approach 2 is we go time by time, chronologically. First we discuss the Stone Age, then we discuss what happened in Indus Valley civilization, then Aryan, then Mahajanpad, Magad, etc., Mauryan. So that is the approach of history, chronologically. I have absolutely no bias ki what we should do. You may do with geography also, we may do with history also. I am choosing history. It's not that first approach I disagree with. It's only because I feel I am more comfortable with this historical approach rather than the geographical approach. A student may choose whatever it wants. I don't think there has any problem in it. So whichever approach you are following, that is the right approach. Let's start with this. So what role this geography play in this history of India? So first, India itself is defined by geography. So point number 1 or introduction. India or too much discussion. That is Bharat or Bharat, that is India, whichever you believe. India, that is Bharat, is Article 1, so we will stick with that. So India and Bharat, according to Puran, 2 side by mountain, 3 side by ocean is India. So definition, it is defined by geography. For example, what is German or what is Germany? So German speaking people, not geography defines it. If you will see that Dortmund region and this France, Alsace-Lorraine, there is no difference in that. But India is defined by its geography. What is difference between Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Liechtenstein? So it all is nation state, the modern times, well in modern. Middle East, the entire problem is there is no technical boundaries, there is no geographical boundary. But India is clearly defined between the mountains and in the oceans. That is defined by Puran. Puran defined it. Megasthenes in his Indica defined the exact same definition. He says 32 stadia in length, 3200 stadias in length, 2800 stadias in width. When Herodotus was describing Sindh in 5th century BC, he called it this as India. Megasthenes was describing Ganga Yamuna region, Ganga Hriday, he was calling it as Indica. When Sang came from this Prayag Jyotishpur, Assam region, he says, I entered India. And when he left from Khyber, he says, I left India. He came to Molcha, which is Maharashtra or which is Chalukya capital, Chalukya kingdom. He came to Pallav region. He called this as India. So when he was roaming in India, he never said, I have changed the country. He says India. Megasthenes, whenever he described, he says India, hot region, surrounded by ocean. When Marco Polo was describing this Tamil Nadu, Kerala region in 13th century, he said, I entered India. People like Babur or even Delhi Sultanate, they call Punjab as India. Hindustan or whatever in their language. But everyone is clear that this geography is India. So there could come a question later that do India existed in ancient time? So believe me, your answer should be tilted towards yes. Tilted towards yes. Later you will see yes in the modern nation state theories or etc. etc. But yes, there is a type of feeling. For example, Asia. Yes, Asia is a thing. Today you can't clearly define it. It's group of countries. But there is a geographical thing called Asia. There is one unit. So likewise, first definition is based on geography. So that is the first thing. Our definition is defined by geography. Second, when you will see Stone Age. So in Stone Age, various general features are based on geography. Paleolithic people are rarely found in this high mountainous region. Why? Because there was too much cold. In India, they were found in shallow rivers and presence of stone. In India, there are various regions, Athiram Pakkam. Soan Valley, this Bagor and Deedwana, Rajasthan, all of Hunsgi, Nevasa, all of these plateau regions where you have shallow rivers, where you have stone, you will find these prehistoric cultures. Rarely you will find in UP Bihar. I'm not talking about all the UP Bihar because Sarai Nahar Rayor in Allahabad, there is one rare site near Kalpi where you have some of the Paleolithic sites. Otherwise, you will see Paleolithic people do not exist in this alluvial plain. This alluvial plain is not for Paleolithic people because they do not want to cut that deep, or they do not have any skill to cut those dense forests. And they were more of a prey than predator. So prey, they were the prey of the wild animals. And that's why you will see Paleolithic people did not went deeper into these alluvial parts. They were more interested in this shallow river and stone. Same was lower, middle and upper Paleolithic. Almost the same. So that's why when you will trace the Paleolithic sites of India, you will find that they are not in alluvial part. They are not in deep, wide rivers. They are at the shallow rivers where the stone is available. They do hunting, gathering, or they eat some of that, this small animals. They don't go and eat the large animals. And that's why Paleolithic age. Then we come to Mesolithic age, Mesolithic, Neolithic. Mesolithic is just a transitionary age before Neolithic age. So in Mesolithic, Neolithic age, men started doing agriculture. So he started moving into the more fertile regions. He started choosing rivers, but still not in the dense forest. Never ever think they were too much in this UP Bihar region. Only very few sites are there. One of the first villages which developed in our country was below this Bolan Pass, just south of this Bolan Pass, a village called Mehergarh. And that's how this is also decided by geography. Although soil is fertile in this alluvial plain, but the problem is they do not want to go deep into this alluvial plain because of the dense forest, because of the wild animals. And that's why even when they are doing agriculture, they are generally confining outside the dense plains. Rarely you will see in Neolithic age, not too much developed in this plateau black soil region because it is difficult to do agriculture in this hard black soil. And that's why you will see only when iron appeared, they properly settled here. Yes, in Chalcolithic age, there is Jorwe culture, there is Malwa culture. But properly in the Iron Age, people settled in this plateau region. And also many things we can keep on quoting. In those days, Andaman Nicobar was connected with India by land. From that land only they reached Indonesia and Australia because the ocean levels were low. And all of these were interconnected. And that's why the migration of people was decided by this. They came to India from this land, etc., etc. I don't think in Stone Age, this answer has a lot of substance in it. Because whatever I am describing for last 5 minutes is not exactly the geography of India. It is basically the geography of the region which is preferred by Paleolithic man or prehistoric man all across the world. So here is nothing peculiarly Indian. Near rivers means near rivers in Europe also, near rivers in Africa also, near rivers in Middle East also. So whatever I have described, it is only for formality because I don't want to miss this prehistory. In prehistory, great use of Indian geography. They did not use monsoon a lot. They did not use coastline a lot. And that's why properly the description of Indian geography starts appearing in Indus Valley civilization. I have taken Stone Age little bit of description only because I do not want to leave it. Now Indus Valley civilization. So you will see Indus Valley civilization started in northwestern region of India. R.S. Sharma NCERT devotes one entire page in describing why Indus Valley civilization here. Vedic people, early Vedic age developed in Upper Ganga Yamuna region. Later Vedic age developed in Middle Ganga Yamuna plains. And then Magad Empire developed in this Patna and further eastward, present day Bihar. So you will see Indus Valley civilization, Dasrajan Yudh happened on river Ravi. Then by the later or later Vedic age, Kuru Panchal were the most famous. In the later Vedic age, Kasi, Kosal, Videha were the three kingdoms. and by the rise of Bimbisar Haryanka dynasty, Magad became the epicenter. So one can clearly see the eastward movements. Why the score of civilization is moving eastward? So this eastward movement of core of our civilization or core of our history is because of geography of India. Eastward movement. Indus Valley civilization. Now, let me first throw a bit of light on it. See, if you are seeing from west to east, east has obviously few advantages. Fertile soil. Western soil is not fertile. It's semi-arid. ये जो wonder of Punjab, Haryana, northern Rajasthan, believe me, the soils are not very, very good. In northern Haryana, northern Rajasthan, the soil is better. In Punjab, etc., soil is not very good. It is because of these perennial canal system we have created. They are the baskets, and that's why you will see they have to throw so much of fertilizers on their field, because they are not very fertile. Historically, the most fertile region was this Ganga, Yamuna, Bengal, and that's why you will see that this is semi-arid region. It's a disadvantage. Second, the problem of eastern part, this is the positive, this is negative. Dense forest. That's a negative. Less dense forest or clear topography, clear regions. So in the early part, when humans have less control over their tool and technology, less control, they preferred this region. So many rivers, irrigation is easy, communication is easy. But the dangers of this fertile soil, because fertile soil also give you dense forest. They opted for this positive. Later in the Vedic age onwards, they started having better technology. They started burning the forest to clear the jungles. They started moving eastwards. So this eastward movement from Indus Valley civilization onwards till Mauryan Empire is because of these two factors. So Indus Valley civilization, northwestern India, because no dense forest. Perennial rivers, and especially this Ghaggar Hakra river, which today we think is Saraswati, falling in Indus. Saraswati river, or we call it Ghaggar Hakra river. Then there was the presence of so many trade routes to northwest, Mesopotamia, BMAC, Central Asia, Lapis Lazuli. Even this Shortughai site was considered as a trading outpost of Indus Valley civilization. So these are the regions. So many passes, mountain passes. They have other benefits. This Ahar culture supplying copper. This Ganeshwar people supplying the copper of Uttarakhand region. So all of this near copper mines. We today call it economic, sort of economic determinism. That all this decided where Indus Valley civilization prospered. So that was the prosperity of Indus Valley civilization. Then we will see in the times of Vedic age, first the Rig Vedic age. I am not picking that Aryan debate, where these Aryan came from, Aryan invasion theory, Aryan migration theory, out of India theory. Let's not write something which is not asked and unnecessarily drag us in all these debates and all these technical issues. So Rig Vedic age, the earliest we found the PGW cultures are in this Satluj, Ravi and Upper Ganga Yamuna region. So they are less dense forest, but still moving towards fertile regions. Dasharajan Yuddha was fought on the banks of river Purushini, that's Ravi. So that's one feature. Rarely they go into that upper regions of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh. So confined in plains because of the cold region. Near Tihri there is a site, but still majority of sites are in plains. Then in later Vedic age, the core shifted to Ganga Yamuna region because they started doing farming. So as agriculture began, beginning of agriculture means that they preferred this upper Ganga Yamuna region, but it's not very dense. Their main crop was largely wheat and jaw, millets. And this was upper Ganga Yamuna region. It gave them some navigation connection to both the regions, Indus river system also, Ganga Yamuna river system also. Not going very deeper into it, not going much eastwards into it. So that was the beginning of agriculture. And this was the region when they started moving eastwards. The later part of later Vedic age, later parts of later Vedic age, they further moved eastwards into this confluence of Ganga Yamuna. In beginning of later Vedic age, Kuru and Panchal, they were the core kingdoms, main kingdoms, fought the Mahabharat war. Later Vedic part, Kashi, Kosal, Videha. This region, this Ayodhya, Shravasti, Kashi, Vaishali, this became the core further eastward to tap the agrarian surplus. So here two things came in very handy, or three things. First is alluvial soil. Second is perennial rivers. And third most important is monsoon. And on this monsoon, another GS question came about the Purabiya, because the monsoon gushed towards this. When it collided with the Himalayas, it moved from east to west. So technicality says that monsoon comes on this coast from west, but here it comes from east. And as it rises, it gives us rainfall. So these are the three factors which gave them agrarian surplus. And when it gave them agrarian surplus, these kingdoms further rose. We call it economic determinism. Later, by the end of this, or the beginning of 6th century BC, when later Vedic age ended, Magad appeared, rise of Magad, and this Magad became first empire. How Magad became first empire of this world, first empire of this country. So it's not a coincidence that in Magad only it is happening. Some technological change is also important. In Persia, we will see a Achaemenid empire. In India, we saw the religions like Buddhism, Jainism. In Persia, we see the religion like Zoroastrianism. In China, we saw Confucianism. So it's not only geography. The rise of Magad and rise of these religions is not only geography. It has something to do with its technology also. But here we are seeing the importance of. So technology, just telling you, is iron. Iron implements. Now, widespread use of iron implements in agriculture and warfare. Widespread use. It's not it began, widespread use. And yes, you can say geography also play a role in it, because India has iron mines. Magad is the only one with iron mines, so it also have geography in it. Alluvial soil. So why Magad only became an empire? Because it has all of this. Perennial rivers. Then monsoon. then forest wealth. In forest wealth, timber for spears and chariots and elephants for warfare. These perennial rivers gave it the trade routes to tap in the wealth produced by trade. Also, their capitals were naturally fortified. So Rajgrih is surrounded by 5 mountains, whereas Pataliputra is a Jaldurg surrounded by 3 rivers. So it was very obvious. Economic determinism, or we say Marxist history, clearly says that Magad has to become the largest empire because so many positives available to it. No one had these many positives with them. Only Avanti had some of the positives. That's why Avanti was the only one which could challenge Magad. Magad has the only system or empire with the first standing army. Before them, standing armies was not the system which we follow. Standing army. So first time an empire has created a permanent army. Imagine a permanent army standing in the kingdom. Other kingdoms, they during war recruit the army. What sort of training those army men would be getting? Comparison to Magad's standing army. Shrenik Bimbisar. He was called the Bimbisar of Sena. Seniya in Jainism. In Sanskrit it is called Shrenik. In Jainism it is called Seniya Bimbisar. Bimbisar with Sena, army. Imagine an empire with having all of these positives with them. Standing army, iron implements, etc., etc., etc. And that's why you will see geography played a great role, making Magad the prime empire. So Magad not only engulfed all this, Magad also engulfed almost everything by the time. All out of 14 Mahajanpad, out of 16, 12 to 13 Mahajanpad were 8 by Magad. Now when Magad was rising, one more thing, that's an important thing. When all this was going on, this region, which is lesser fertile, where earliest Indus Valley civilization developed. So during Indus Valley civilization, northwest has edge over this fertile Ganga Yamuna region. But by the time Magad appeared, this became the backwaters of Indian polity. And in these backwaters, lesser resources region, there appeared small units of states. Because of less fertile soil, because of lesser monsoon, etc., etc., less forest resources available, this became a sort of backwaters of Indian polity of that time. And these small kingdoms were called Ganasangh. In Rigvedic age, Ganasangh was the rule. Democratic or republican oligarchies, either according to K.P. Jaiswal, either they are purely Gan, where the people rule, or they are Sangh, where the few families rule. Today we call them republican oligarchies. King is not hereditary. These Ganasangh in later Vedic and Rigvedic age were the rule across the region. But by Mahajanpad age, you will see Ganasangh were largely in this region. Ganga Yamuna region was hardcore kingdoms. Only 4 Ganasangh among 16 Mahajanpad, we hear only 4 Ganasangh. Kamboj Mahajanpad was a Ganasangh. Asak Mahajanpad was Ganasangh. And 2 on the foothills. Mal and Vajji were Ganasangh. All of the fertile region were kingdoms. And among those kingdoms, one became empire, that was Magad. Today we take that geography is the reason of it, the geographical benefits available to them. All these are not Mahajanpad listed in Mahajanpad, they all are Ganasangh. Small Ganasangh. And that's why you will see that when Persians invaded in 5th century and Greeks invaded Alexander in Macedonians 4th century. In both of their invasions, they invaded only these Ganasangh region. The Xerxes inscription tells Hind, Gandhar and Sattagidya. Alexander's invasion, Amphius, Porus, and the Indus region. Both of these empires never entered into this fertile region of Ganga, Yamuna, or the alluvial plains. Greeks call this region as Ganga Hriday, the heart of Ganga. And none of the Persians or Greeks invaded deep into this Ganga Yamuna region because of the surplus giving us one empire. And that's why this region was always under the invasion of Persians and later Greeks. But not in this region. The only reason was the geography of this region supported an empire. One more thing. In GS we don't study or discuss this, but just I want to convey. Even the rise of Buddhism and Jainism has geography in it. Imagine this as Ganga Yamuna region. And these are Himalayan foothills. In this Ganga Yamuna region, the empires or large kingdoms started developing. Kosal, all these are rivers. Kashi, Magad. And these are outside this fertile region. Lumbini or Kosal only, or later Kosal, Lumbini. This is Vajji Mahajanpad, Mall Mahajanpad. You will see when these kingdoms, monarchical kingdoms, these were based on fourfold division, or you can call it Brahmanism, Varna system. This Varna system was yet to reach in the mountainous region. In these mountains, they were purely twofold divided. Rulers were called Kshatriya, and everyone else, all other slaves, Purisa, Karmakar, commoners, everyone else. When these Brahmanical kingdoms took over these small kingdoms on foothills, there was a competition or a hatred. Ki why the Kshatriya are conquering the fellow Kshatriya. So that's why Brahmanism is considered as a villain of this. And that's why Buddhism and Jainism, when rose, it was on the backdrop. It was inability to fight with politics. They moved towards the rejection of Brahmanism and ritualism. Because this Brahmanism and ritualism was not deep in these kingdoms, in these states. It's very much like that whenever someone dominates you, you start rejecting even the other features of them. So when British started dominating us, many of the Indians thought that British and Christianity both are evil. When Islamic kingdoms started dominating Indians in medieval India, people thought that apart from Delhi Sultan and Mughal, Islam is also an evil thing. Because they are backed by the Islamic ideology. Very much like when Brahmanism backed kingdoms started dominating them, they not only hated this political domination, they also started hating their background religion or background philosophy of Brahmanism. And that's why Buddhism, Jainism developed out of this political competition. Because this was the mountainous region. Obviously, these kingdoms don't have the surplus of alluvial plains. They do not have the standing armies. They do not have that type of wealth. So they have to be defeated. But the Kshatriya prince of this region, they never liked this taking over. And that's why they moved towards the rejection of Brahmanism. And that's why we all are almost unanimous, or we all agree, that no religion develops as romantically as Buddhism, Jainism, or any for that matter, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism. No one develops as it is written in their books. Ki simply a man, he left the house and this happened or that happened. It is properly backed by the economic factors in which they develop. All these stories are obviously written later. And that's why this political rivalry of these Gansang or these foothill states with the absence of Brahmanism and these core states of Ganga Yamuna region with the proper money, with the proper resources, with the proper army and backed by Brahmanism. So this Buddhism, Jainism is not plainly a philosophical movement. It is also rooted in this politics. For example, Bhakti movement is one similar thing which happened. When the Islamic kingdoms started defeating the Hindu kingdoms or Hindu religion-backed kingdoms, so those Hindus, those have no reply of this. They don't have any reply. Imagine someone is beating you out. And even their religion, what religion they back is also, they are telling it is superior. Imagine someone is breaking your gods or your temples or your mosque even, and say ki, my God is more powerful. You have no reply of that. Your God is lost. You are lost. Your God is lost. You have only one reply to give, that I love my God. I don't want anything from it. Yes, he may have lost. Yes, I have lost. But that's an emotional call. I love my God. Why I'm not leaving? I have no common sense of it. I can't tell you any reason. Yes, I have lost. Yes, you proved that you could break the temples of my God, but still, I love my God. That's why they turn towards absolute love for God. And that's why you will see even those Sufis of Central Asia who were defeated by Mongols, you will see after the Mongols' victory, Sufism developed in Central Asia and they ran into Delhi. And when people asked them, here you were telling that your God is so powerful, what happened to you? So those Sufis will also say, I have no answer of this. I love my God. I don't want to fall into this topic, ki who's powerful, who's powerless. I simply love my God. And that's why Sufi Bhakti movement also have these political defeats at the root of it. So you will see these religion, whenever it starts losing, religion is not only common sense, it's love, respect for elders, respect for ancestors also. And that's why these religions also developed in this geographical background. Then, to Gansang, Persian and Greek Empire. In Mauryan age, why this Magad became the largest empire of India? Because no other region of India has all these benefits available as available to Magad. So this Ganga Yamuna region, fertile, whatever I have written for Magad, they trumped entire India. Gansang were easy to take. These regions were largely Gansang. Deccan India, Andhra, Pulind, Bhoj, this Gujarat. No region has so many benefits available. And that's why you will see geography determines that majority of India's population lives in the older Magad region only, or older core region of Mauryan Empire. Today you call it UP, Bihar, or some part of Bengal also. So this Ganga Yamuna strip is the core of majority population of India. Because when these are the benefits available to kingdom, these are also benefit available to families. In those days, it was not that you have tullu pumps you started watering your field. These perennial rivers, monsoon, alluvial soil, everyone flocked in this region. And you will see this region was also multiracial, multicolored. You will find very fair people also in the same region. You will find very dark people also in the same region. Also, when for their mutual hierarchy, they have made the caste, Varna identities, etc., etc. But geography decided that this region will be the most populated region. And let's come to Sangam age. Sangam age. So out of these megalithic culture, from 1000 AD on BC onwards, so many of these cultures started, or people started using iron in agriculture. This was full of cultures using iron in agriculture. Started living sedentary, settled life. That was the beginning of megalithic culture. Not a great part of geography in it. However, among these, three of them developed into pure kingdoms called Sangam kingdoms. Chol, Pandya are not exactly like this, but still, Cher. Why these three developed? Because among all the megalithic culture, they have the maximum benefit. They are the coastal ones. They have the better pasture land. They have the better deltaic agricultural regions. And they are also involved in this ocean trade. Because of their geographical locations, out of the other megalithic cultures, these three could become the kingdom. And that is a benefit available to them. Majority of the Roman coins still found in India are found in these three regions. These three regions have the great position in entire Indian Ocean trade network. From 1st century AD, when monsoon developed, a great trade network appeared. From 1st century AD, as the monsoon developed, from Europe, West Asia, Northeast Africa, Southeast Asia, and China. A trade network developed. We call it Indian Ocean Trade Network. In this entire trade network was based on these monsoon winds. These monsoon winds are discovered in 1st century AD by Hippias. To Europeans, these monsoon winds were aware. So Europeans for the first time were aware of these monsoon winds in 1st century AD. This entire trade network developed. And you will see the entire trade network was based on this ocean. And the centrality of India in this ocean gave it the name Indian Ocean. Because India is at the central place of it. Whatever Kushans are exporting from here. Satvahans are exporting from here. Sangam kingdoms are exporting from here. Central position of India. What more importance of geography? Then it is the place with huge population. It is the place with monsoon, fertile soil, geographical diversity. Somewhere cotton, sugar cane, oil seeds, elephants, diamonds, rice, wheat, salt, spices, coconut, textile, jute, not tea. Tea is introduced by British. What more region will you find? Ocean got its name Indian Ocean. Columbus went to America in search of India only. So you will see majority of benefits were for India. And that's why you will see the Europeans still have this mentality in India everyone keep on wearing jewelry, everyone is rich, and country is, because of our tribes, country everyone know magic, everyone is a snake charmer, etc., etc. Then came age of commerce. So this all made it, Sangam age included, we call it age of commerce. 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD. 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD. So this was the centrality of India in this entire network, Indian Ocean Trade Network. And to search this wealth, so many foreigners came, Indo-Greeks came, Scythians came, Parthians came, then Kushans came. So Indo-Greeks came from Afghanistan region. From Iran, Parthians came. From Central Asia, Scythians came. From Western China, Kushans came. Why Kushan did not came directly to UP, Bihar? Himalayas. Chinese never came. Because they have no intention passing all this Tibet. And they all came from this Khyber Pass. From where the later Ghaznavid and Muhammad Ghori came. Tu hi keh de ke ukhada dare Khyber kisne? So Khyber is the one gateway to India which they have crossed and entered India. Why they entered India? Because India is the land of abundance. Why Indians never went there? So who will leave this rich place and enter into this diverse or this resourceless place of Central Asia and Afghanistan? Even British were not very interested in Afghanistan. They could have taken Afghanistan. But they were not interested in ever controlling this mountainous region. They didn't took Bhutan, Nepal, Kashmir also even they sold to Gulab Singh. They did not took Afghanistan. Because according to British, when this rich place is available, who will go and die in these mountains? And that's why these foreigners entered India. In the search of this land of surplus. And they are still in India. All of your neighbors, some of you are Kushans, Parthians, Scythians, we all may be from these people. And they keep on settling in this region. And that's why geography is the one which decided their passes, their routes, which they came from. And you will see it is the geographical diversity, these plateaus, these rivers, that even Mughals or Delhi Sultanate, when they entered into India, or anyone, you will see so many religious diversities in India, so many religions in India, because it is difficult for one to persecute all others. Imagine Shivaji. It was very difficult for Mughals to defeat Marathas because of this plateau region. This plateau region is not so easy to conquer. You will find it so difficult to conquer this plateau region. And that's why Mughals, even Malik Ambar, his small mercenary army is Maloji Bhosle, grandfather of Shivaji. They were deployed by Malik Ambar, guerrilla warfare. So Mughals found it difficult. One single ideology can never defeat all others. जैसे 19th century one poet wrote, वो दीने हिजाजी का बेबाक बेड़ा जहां जिसका अक्साय आलम में पहुंचा, मुजाहिम हुआ कोई खतरा न जिसका, न कुलजुम में झिझका न उम्मा में ठिठका, किए बेसफर जिसने सातों समंदर वो डूबा दहाने में गंगा के आकर. कि we could easily take over all these Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, but in India we can't spread. The reason was this geography. He don't know geography is the reason, but he says वो डूबा दहाने में गंगा के आकर. We cannot spread ourselves. And that's why he further write, अगर कान धरकर सुने अहले इरबत तसीलोन से ताब कश्मीर और तिब्बत. कि now अब तो that's a later part of it, but this is so difficult to spread any ideology. Even Brahmanism could not spread it all across. Even Buddhism, Jainism, nothing could spread. And that's why geography of India is at the core of it. And you will see that there are many other reasons also. Just say for example, one geography is horse is not available in our wild. And from Kushan Empire, because their reins and stirrups, horse became the central. From 1st century AD, warfare shifted to horse-based. The less mobile elephants, they declined in warfare. Chariots though greatly declined in warfare. Horse became the central. And that's why you will see Indian armies were always disadvantageous. It's only in the later medieval time when the importance of horse started coming down. So war shifted to horse-based. In Indian geography, horse are not found in wild. Shah Jahan tried to rear some horses in Marwar because of it mimics the Arab conditions, and that's why some horses could be discovered there. Why India have so many cultures? Now I'm not in chronology. India have so many diversity of culture. India have diversity of culture. The reason is so many rivers. Rivers, plateaus, mountains, etc. Because of these rivers, plateau, mountains, between two rivers, the language, the culture develops. Because you need natural barriers for cultures to develop over few centuries. And that's why someone speak Braj Bhasha, Awadhi, Bhojpuri, Telugu, Tulu, Kannada, Malayalam, and the regional rivers. These are the main blocks. The regional river also further divides them. So you will see in India so many cultures, so much diversity, because our geography is diverse. India is perhaps one of the rare countries of this world which have all the 6-7 types of climates available. India have a cold desert, Leh Ladakh. India has a hot desert, Thar. India has evergreen forest, savanna, steppes, this monsoon type climate. Andaman Nicobar, it has that tropical type of climate. Retreating monsoon, real monsoon, everything. And that's why, because we are placed so perfectly, you may say it's a benefit also. And when you cannot stop the invasion, so it's a negative also. Himalayas gave us, because of Himalayas, we have monsoon and perennial rivers, the northern edge of India. And that's why India and China always remained separated as a culture. Although Buddhism spread by Silk Road, so we say Silk Road spread of Buddhism. So Chinese adopted our religion, but you will see culture is not same. Indian Buddhism and Chinese Buddhism are world apart. Because Chinese still follow the Confucian culture. They are Buddhist in religion, but in culture they are Confucian. And this Himalayas is the great divide of India, China. This Himalayas great as so many rivers. This Himalayas gave us plains. I hope you can feel here that our history is northern centric. History, that's a problem of our history reading, that it's too much northern centric. We discuss very less about this, especially ancient India. So it's my inability and it's inability of our history itself. So I generally tell students that it's a thing of apology that we are so much focused on northern parts of India. Southern India to less and northeastern history, so we don't even know exactly. But here you will see these, but that will come in medieval age, that these Ahoms, Kamrup, they always remained on the outside the mainstream politics of India because of these natural divides. This is deltaic region. And that's why right from the start, Bengal was outside the control of the central Indian region. Even in Delhi Sultanate also you will see, that's so medieval, but in Delhi Sultanate also you will see Bengal Sultanate is separate. And that's why Bengal Sultanate has their currency as taka. Till today Bangladesh follow the currency taka. Even in Bengal, Indian Bengal, rupiah is the official currency, but people still say taka. Ki toka. So that's one. Then this Vindhya region, it gave us the natural north-south divide. So in India, you will see there is not great discussion of East-West India. We rarely say East India versus West India, or East Indian culture or West Indian culture, because it is not so naturally divided. But these Narmada, Tapi, Godavari river, these Vindhya mountains, you will see so clear north-south divide. Because majority of rivers flow north to south, east to west. And that's why they divide north to south as boundary. And that's why you will see all of this northern Indian, southern Indian culture is so crystally, clearly divided. In politics also you can see it manifests itself multiple time and again. Because majority of our rivers and our natural barriers run from east to west. And that's why they divide north and south. So this all north-south divide. India has negatives also. So many invaders, 18 or 19 invasions happened in entire history. But India has a positive also. Because of this diversity, monsoon, high population, three times globalization happened. First in 1st to 4th century AD. First globalization tilted towards India and China included India. Roman Emperor Vespasian banned private trade with India. Pliny says that India has so many things that we only lose gold and silver to India. They have banned. So first globalization tilted towards India. 17th, 18th century was the time of second globalization. Again tilted towards India. These European companies pumped so much gold and silver in India because they have to buy Indian textile, Indian spices, everything salt from India, everything from India. Diamonds from India. And in 17th, 18th century, many countries banned Indian textiles. Calico was banned, chintz was banned, which is same. So calico chintz was banned from India. Second globalization also tilted in the favor of India. To stop this drain, they have formulated colonization. So colonization is the response of stopping this European wealth coming to India. And that's why many of us think that medieval Indian kings were idiot. They can't see company taking over their kingdoms. They can well see. Aurangzeb in Child's War beat up the company officials. Martand Varma expelled the Dutch. They were well aware of the threat posed by company. But these companies brought so much wealth from Europe that it was very tempting. And that's why you will see that every one of them can see these companies are dangerous if they meddle in our politics. But every kingdom tolerated these companies. Not because they can't see the future, not because they were less intelligent than us, because of the wealth brought by these companies. So in second globalization also, it tilted towards India. And third globalization we are moving towards. And slowly you will see it will tilt towards India and China included. The reason is we have natural resources, we have population. What else you want? Ye technology to we will learn. Technology we will learn, industrialization we will learn, everything we will learn. And some people say this global warming, some people say, I'm not saying, some people say global warming, carbon tax and all this is to stop these India, China getting ahead of Europe, getting ahead of America. Because now India and China are catching up. And they say now you should have sustainable development, less factory, less urbanization. Sustainability is more important. So there are many people who say sustainability is a tool used by West, mainly to stop India and China as a global power. So you can keep on quoting 2025. That's so basic of history that the first chapter of every book of history is the geography of India. We in India don't study this because we take it for granted that we know geography. And that's why the first chapter of every history book is geography of that region. If you don't know the geography of Europe, you have no idea about World War, you have no idea about this Lebensraum of Hitler, you have no idea of German and Italian unification. All this French-German fight is the geographical fight. What Hitler wants, he do not want these Carpathian mountains, these plains to be controlled by NATO in funnel shape which opens. So Napoleon came from the same path, Hitler came from the same path. Kaiser William also wanted to trace the same path from Prussia. And that's why you will see Putin also wants that the same funnel shaped plains should not be taken over. And he do not want these Carpathians and Northern Adriatic Sea, this funnel shape, this to be controlled by NATO. He says, I should reach here and stop this funnel. And that is the geographical edge which Putin or NATO wants over each other. Why America is so prosperous and such a rich country? Because of the Atlantic Sea between them and Europe. In both the world wars, earlier you will see when the European wars or European technology was not enough in sea, Britain have the same advantage. They fight, Britain enjoy. 20th century, the German U-boats, German cannons, German planes started reaching Britain. So this became the war space. Britain could not continue with its splendid isolation. So who took the benefit? The same edge as Britain had in 17th, 18th century. Now America has over the Europe. So earlier a small strip of water saved Britain from Europe. Now a wide strip of water, Atlantic Sea, saved America from Europe. Now the Third World War, God forbids it happens, so Atlantic is nothing. One plane will start from here, will reach here. ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles, will reach America. So America do not have the same edge which it had in 19th and 20th century, which Britain had in 16th, 17th and 18th century. So geography is which decides the history or the course is so obvious a question that students generally are confused what to write in it. This is perhaps the only question where students have excess of data, which confuse them where to start, where not to start that. And that's where answer writing practice comes in handy, more than anything.
First part is what was the difference between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore in their approach towards education and nationalism. This was question number 2. The total marks allocated was 10 and the total words which you have to write in 150 words, which means you would legally get 7.2 minutes for 10 marks question 150 words and 10.8 minutes for a question which is for 15 marks and 250 words. Of course, it is not very hard and fast rule, 7 to 8 minutes, 10 to 11 minutes. So let's discuss first education and nationalism, the two target area and the two great characters, Gandhi and Tagore. So first you have to write about what views they had on education. You know, Tagore was a poet. He was a thinker. And a poet and a thinker generally thinks beyond their time and tradition. So Tagore's view on education was that a student should be free from all fear, free from all prejudices, free from all restrictions and bounds which were created by the society or even a state. So his idea of education was non-conventional, and based on this he created the very famous Shanti Niketan in Bengal, which is going to be very shortly, we hope, as a World Heritage intangible category. Now, what he experimented here, and of course it still functions as we know, is that the student should study in open field. with flying the birds and in the open ground looking the cloud. So the idea is your imagination and your thought process should not be restricted in closed room as in the traditional classrooms. So this was his core part which you can't miss in this part of the question, Tagore's idea of education. Besides, Tagore also wanted that the student should not be compartmentalized in science, arts, commerce, as generally we do it in our colleges. So his idea was a holistic education for character building, for upliftment of a moral character of a person rather than just training them for a job or for a service. Of course, it looks very idealistic, and in the market, the people would not necessarily buy it, whether the parents or whether the corporate or whether your private companies. But Tagore's education was, as I told, completely different from most of the conventional people. Now, Gandhi believed that education must be moral. That is the first important principle of Gandhi. If it doesn't teach ethics, values, rights and wrongs, then there is no purpose of education. Gandhi also wanted to link with skills, and the most famous which you have to quote in this answer is 1937 Wardha scheme of basic education headed by Dr. Zakir Hussain. Now, in that education scheme of Mahatma Gandhi, he wanted a student to learn those basics, arts and craft, because physical work, manual work is one of the essential parts of Gandhi's concept of education, without which a student would just be educated, but after becoming a graduate, he would not be involved in, say, agriculture or those traditional jobs, which happened, in fact, in many cases in India. So, Gandhi also wanted to upset the traditional caste hierarchy through education system, which you can mention in your answer, that a person, whether he's upper caste or lower caste, or whether he's a Brahmin or a Dalit or a male or a female, should all involve in physical work through education. So when you learn at early age, A, you perfect your profession, B, you would not have taboos related to particular work. This is low work, this is high work, as it is very common in India that certain profession has been designated for the low caste and tribals and rest for the upper caste and urban people. This is what the point you have to write in Gandhi's and Tagore concept of education. Now come to nationalism. What they wrote on nationalism, what they spoke on nationalism is slightly different once again, and that is why the question. The first part is that Tagore again, as a poet would not bound themselves with a particular boundaries, whether it is a geographical boundaries, ethnic boundaries, nationalist boundaries, or any other man-made boundaries. Initially, when Tagore was young, he wrote poems like Amar Shonar Bangla, which is now a Bangladesh national song. He started also praising India, and that you see in Jan Gan Man. Now, what is interesting, these are the early days poetry of Tagore, when he was just like any other young people would be infused with idea of nationalism. But in 1920s and 30s, the world witnessed a very ugly phase of nationalism in Europe with the rise of fascism, Nazism and Stalin in Russia. What happened that nationalism became a kind of xenophobia, a kind of jingoism in which love for the country became hatred for the another, especially to the neighbor. And Tagore, as a sensitive poet, obviously would not promote any such idea which create division between the human being. So he started talking about internationalism. He started questioning the very idea of nationalism, which he started calling as a narrow and an imagined idea. This is the point which you have to write as far as Tagore idea of nationalism. Now come to Gandhi's idea of nationalism. Don't forget that Gandhi was a politician and now he is a seasoned politician. Tagore was a poet. So the first difference you have to highlight is the two, one a poet and one a politician. Now, Gandhi believed that in India, caste, religion, and language, and there are many other ethnic division. So only one thing which could have united Indians, and that is the idea of India. And that is what nationalism for Gandhi is very important, to keep Hindus and Muslims, upper caste and lower caste, Tamil and Hindi, orthodox and liberal, peasants and zamindars, corporate industrialists and workers, all under one umbrella, and that is Tiranga, that is tricolor, that is idea of India. So he would become an epitome of Indian nationalism, along with, of course, other Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel, Maulana, Subhash Chandra Bose, Bhagat Singh. They all came from different stream of politics, but they all believed in this idea of nationalism, which started right from Dadabhai Nauroji generation and continued till 1950s and 60s generation. So that is the fundamental difference between Mahatma Gandhi and Rabindranath Tagore, which you have to write in this answer, which I am going to take is question number 3 of General Studies paper 1. Bring out the socio-economic effects of the introduction of railways in different countries of the world. So firstly, you have to quickly write in your mind that at least 2 countries you must mention in your answer, England and India. But since there are many countries, so you have to write major countries like Germany could be one, USA could be another one, Japan could be another one, and Russia could be another one. So make sure that at least 5-6 major countries where railways network is spread very rapidly in 19th century, you must write in your answer. Now, what is the fundamental point here? That how it impacted socio-economic life of the people. So first I will take, or you should take, economic. And what are those economic impact railways brought it? You have to make a triangular sort of thing in your mind and writing that one is the source of raw material, whether it is agricultural or mineral, and one is the factories, the mills where railways is spread, whether it is in England, whether it is in America or India or Russia. You have to write some of the name of the places where those minerals existed. For instance, in India, you can write the Jharkhand area, the Bihar area, the Madhya Pradesh area, and how it connected Calcutta to Bombay to Madras. That you have to mention. In England, you have to write Manchester, Liverpool, and London. In America, you have to write from East America, that is the New York and Washington part, to the West America, that is California, to the southern part of Georgia, etc. And how the mineral parts, the agricultural and mineral part, connected those factories. Then the third important place where you have to link it, market or ports, because from the ports it would be transported outside. So railway connected the source of raw material to the factories and then to the market inside the country, or port for outside the country. And you have to mention the name like Siberia to Western Russia is a very famous rail track. Similarly, in Germany, you have to mention the Saar Valley and how it connected with the Berlin and Bonn and Munich, all those cities which developed in 19th century thanks to railway. Similarly, in Japan, you have to mention that how Tokyo and Yokohama and other cities from various ports and their own minerals connected, impacting huge economic dividends for those countries, creating wealth. That is also a part you have to write, creating a class which is called industrialist, capitalist at a very large and very quick pace in these countries. So these are those points which you have to write in economic impact. What point you have to write in the social impact? In the social impact of all these countries, you have to first write that how it helped in transporting the human being, especially the working class, at large number, at very cheap and very faster. So it united the workers in many such countries, and later you would find when the revolutions like Russia and when the political movement of workers, whether England or America, started, it was thanks to the connectivity. Similarly, the women were not traveling, so it helped in upliftment of the status of the women in many of those countries, because for the first time she would travel very far away, so it would help in liberating women in many such countries. And why railway and how railway helped in liberating women, we also study in Indian cases, those who travel more, they become more liberal and get more opportunity of social mobility. Third important thing you have to write, that how it spread education, that the books, that the printing machines, that the newspapers, that the magazines would be not transported far away, published in major cities like Bombay, like Delhi, Calcutta, like London, like Washington, New York. But thanks to railway, it would be spread in interiors of that country up to the village. So their social awareness on various issues is definitely going to be helped by railways. Then it also helped in cultural development. For instance, the painting, the music, the artists who could now connect with each other thanks to railway. Like today, they are connecting thanks to internet. Railway was at that time serving the same purpose. And these are those points which you have to mention in socio-economic impact. Of course, the topic is very vast. You have to be very precise because the time and the word limit. So you have to frame the sentence in such a fashion that at least these four major points on social impact you must mention, like women, like workers, like education, and of course you can also mention health, that how it helped improving the health, and a lot of medicines, doctors, nurses could be transported. So the gaps between rich and poor in terms of health is minimized. Of course, railway also created some differences in society, that those areas which were connected with railways developed much faster than those which could not. So it's like we have today computer literate, computer illiterate. In those days, those people who had access to railway stations and railway track, and those who did not. That part also you can write.
The question, it was a 10-mark question. Discuss the consequences of climate change on food security in the tropical countries. So you understand the question here. Now, if I look at this question, it is asking the consequences of climate change. That is, it is implicit here that climate change has certain consequences for the food security. So something which is implicit, which is understood in this question, is that with the change in the climate, the food security will be affected. Now, second, if I look at this food security, see, the examiner has not asked you to write about just the availability of food, but he says that discuss the consequence of climate change on the food security. So when I look at this term food security, it is not just about the availability of food. Yes, availability is a component, but another important component is affordability of food. Okay? So one would be that it is understood in the question that climate change is going to impact food security, and it is not just impacting the availability but also affordability of food. Third, suppose if I would have ended the question here, suppose the question would have been discuss the consequence of climate change on food security. Now, why has the examiner added this word tropical countries? Food security in the tropical countries of the world. What is there in the tropical areas of the world that you don't find in the mid-latitudes or in the temperate areas? So there's certain things that you have in the tropical areas. Pehli cheez, that if I look at the tropical areas of the world, tropical areas, they would receive the direct sunlight all throughout the year. So if I compare the tropical areas are the ones wherein you have a very long cultivation season. Throughout the year, you can cultivate the crops. So maximum of the food that is produced, it is produced in the tropical areas. So tropical areas, because they have the sunlight throughout the year, you have a long cultivation season. So we have maximum of the food production in the tropical areas. So directly availability is related to the production of food. Okay, one. Second, can I say if I compare the tropical area of the world with the temperate area of the world, can I also say maximum of the world's poor, bulk of the world's poor, they live in the tropical areas? Temperate areas or temperate countries are better developed. They have the people who can purchase the food grains even if the cost is high. So we have tropical areas where we have bulk of the world's poor. The bulk of world's poor, they are living in the tropical areas. Then third, compare the tropical areas with the temperate areas. Can I say tropical areas will have maximum of the population? If I look at the population density, or if I look at the number of people who are living, maximum people of the world, they live in the tropical areas. So this is, we have bulk of the population. So maximum people or population we find in the tropical areas. So what differentiates the tropical from temperate areas? Long cultivation season with maximum production of food, bulk of world's poor, and also the people who are living in, more number of people means more demand of food grains is there, more mouths to feed. One. Now, how will climate change affect the food security? What happens in climate change? Climate change is the result of, I can say, it is the result of global warming. So one, temperature is going to increase. So increase in temperature. Okay. What happens with climate change? The rainfall becomes unpredictable. Rainfall patterns or precipitation patterns change. Okay. So with the change in the climate, we have increased temperature, rainfall pattern changes. There are greater instances of extreme climatic events affecting. Now, the question says discuss the consequences. If I'm being told to discuss, I can write along with examples. So just say, if I'm to discuss something, I will make a point and then I will substantiate my argument with some example. Just say, suppose I'm saying consequence of climate change on food security. What if temperature increases? In a tropical area, suppose this is a tropical area, ये temperate area है, ठीक है? In the temperate area and in the tropical area, if I compare, increase in temperature would not have the same effect. If the temperature in the temperate areas increase, it may bring some kind of short-term benefits as well. Jैसे, if the temperature in the temperate areas is going to increase, then in that case, you will have a longer cultivation season. Area which was covered by snow may not be covered by snow, and then you can use it for cultivation, but that is not going to happen in tropical areas. If the temperature increases, there will be greater instances of the heat waves. And what can be the result of heat waves? With heat waves, there may be a decline in production of food grains. Just say, the biggest example that you can give, that we have already discussed in the class, if we have the old students here, is that in 2022 March, the wheat grains in India, they had a smaller size, and the reason because of which we had shriveling of grains was the problem related to the heat waves in the month of March. So March is a time when maximum the grain filling takes place. If during this time the temperature is high, then in that case, we will face problems related to decline in production. And if the production declines, then in that case, the availability will be less. And if the availability is less, then the price of that agri commodity is going to increase. And it is going to directly affect the tropical areas because bulk of the world's poor, they live in those areas. If suppose demand of grains is 100 kg and availability is 70 kg, can I say this 70 kg of grain will be consumed by the richest 70% of the people? They would have the capacity to purchase those grains. Who will be at the receiving end? The people who do not have purchasing power, and bulk of these people live in the tropical areas. Or changes in the rainfall patterns. Again, for example, the rainfall patterns have seen a change. In India, if we talk about monsoon is becoming less predictable, and the similar situations are witnessed in other areas. Western disturbances which used to visit India somewhere in the months of December, January, February, now we have Western disturbances coming into the country in the month of April as well. Exceptionally heavy rainfall in the first week of April or the last week of March in India, because of the Western disturbances, it resulted in the flattening of wheat crop. Again, there will be limited production. Or for example, this year, if you look at monsoon, there was exceptionally heavy rainfall in the months of July in the northwestern part of India. If Himachal Pradesh has heavy rainfall, then all of this water is ultimately going to go to Punjab and Haryana through the rivers. The canals, they started overflowing. The rice fields, they got flooded with water for a very long period of time. And the farmers again in the farms of Punjab and Haryana, they had to replow their soil and again sow a short duration of variety of rice. And this short duration of variety of rice is going to bring you less production. Last year we had droughts in the eastern parts of India. And now with limited availability of rice in India, see, it's not just about feeding the population of India. We are supplying rice to a number of other areas. And what has the government done? Government has imposed a ban on the exports of non-basmati. Now, is the food security of temperate areas getting affected? No. Because basmati is exported to the countries like US, basmati is exported to countries like Europe, and still the government has not imposed any ban on basmati. But people of Africa, people of Bangladesh, people of Nepal, they do not have the purchasing power to purchase this costly variety of basmati rice, wherein a minimum export price has also been imposed by the government. So what are these people going to consume? What will happen to the availability and affordability of food? So example where rainfall patterns have changed and they have brought changes to or brought down the agriculture production. Or for example, what happens with climate change is that with global warming, with rainfall becoming less predictable, now in the dry season as well, in the hot season as well, we have the rainfall, which creates humidity in the hot season. For example, this year, if you look at the very high price of tomatoes, somewhere around the months of August in Delhi, one simple reason was the tomato mosaic virus and cucumber mosaic virus. And the reason identified was the peninsular parts of India, that is Maharashtra, Karnataka, these areas in the first week of April, they had some good amount of rainfall. And when you look at the rainfall, what happened as a result was already there was a hot condition, humid conditions got created with the rainfall. And pests multiply faster during the hot and humid conditions. As a result of the hot and humid conditions, aphids multiplied very fast, and aphids are the main carriers of these kind of viruses. The locust attack in India 2020 was traced to the exceptionally heavy rainfall in Eastern Africa in 2019. So chances of pest attack also increase and the pests are going to damage the crops. And once the crops are damaged, what is going to happen in that case? The production, the availability of the crops will be less, and that is going to affect the food security. Then, when I look at the climate change, with global warming, the sea level is going to rise. If I look at the sea level rise, then in that case, 1/3 of the total sea level rise is because of the melting of glaciers. But 2/3 of the total sea level rise is because of the thermal expansion of water. If I look at the tropical areas of the world, this is the area where the oceans are comparatively warmer. And once the conditions become more warm, then what is going to happen is the water expands. And as the water expands, it inundates the low-lying coastal areas. The areas in Vietnam, the areas in Indonesia, the areas in Thailand, these are low-lying areas, where, especially Thailand, Indonesia, wherein we are cultivating a lot of paddy. So Thailand, Indonesia, they produce paddy, and once paddy is produced in the coastal areas, what if the sea level rises? The low-lying areas will be submerged underwater. There are many areas in Kerala as well which are below the sea level, where sea level rise is going to create the problems. So this is going to affect the production of food grains, and as a result of which we will see the problems related to the affordability and availability of food. So a simple discussion how the climate change can affect the food security. Now next thing, how would you start the question? Or how would you end the question? So there's no one formula for starting the question, ending the question. For example, if you want to start the question, you can start the answer. It's just a 10-mark question. You don't need a lengthy conclusion or a lengthy introduction. You can start the discussion by highlighting certain reports, how the climate change is a reality now, how agriculture is totally dependent on the climate, and change in climate can change agriculture production. Okay? This way you can start. When you're concluding your answer, again, not a lengthy conclusion, just a 10-mark question, but you must not end your answer on a negative note. You can suggest certain things. You can talk about climate smart agriculture. You can talk about mitigation adaptation strategies. You can talk about the policies of the government where millets are being promoted. And one reason why millets are being promoted in the world is that they are more resilient to climate change induced stresses. So you can write an answer, you can conclude it on a positive note here. Okay? So this was one of the questions in paper 1, 10 marks. So the question was, it was a 10-mark question. Why is the world today confronted with a crisis of availability of and access to freshwater resources? Understand the question. The most important part is first understanding the question. What is the examiner asking? Why is the world today? The word here is today. So crisis of availability and crisis of access to the freshwater resources. So it is implicit in the question, it is assumed in the question that the world is facing crisis related to the availability of fresh water and access to the freshwater resources. Okay. Now the word here is today. Now the examiner could have simply asked you, why is the world confronted with a crisis? So he has added the word today, that there may not be a problem related to water crisis earlier, but the problem is today more acute compared to what we had in the past. Okay? So it is assumed in this question that there is a crisis of availability. It is assumed in the question that there is a crisis of access to the freshwater resources, and the problem is more today as of now in today's date. Okay. So there is a crisis. Now the question is, why is there a state of crisis? Now, if I am to introduce this question, then in that case, I can highlight the problems related to water crisis. Okay. I can talk about the total water that is there in the world, of which 3% is only fresh water. And out of that 3%, or let's say somewhere around 2% is in the frozen state. So we have a limited availability of fresh water that we have in the world. So I can start the question by highlighting the problem. I can quote certain reports. Let's say I quote a report that UNICEF says 770 million people do not have access to clean water, or 1 in 10 people in the world, they do not have access to the clean water. Okay? Or I can talk about the report where it says, I can give the statistics that around 2/3 of the total population of world, according to UNDP, it says that around 2/3 of the world's population suffer from problem of water crisis once in 1 month in every year. So for 30 days every year, there are 2/3 of the people who face problems of water crisis. So I can start the question by highlighting the problem. I can start the question by quoting some of the reports. I can start the question by dramatizing the problem. Okay? One. Then the major part of the question, which says the crisis related to availability and crisis related to the crisis related to access. Now, what is the difference? There may be water available, but you may not have access to that water. Like, it's not always that the water is available and you have access to that water. Access to water resources would also depend on the technological development. Access to water resources will also depend on the material resources that is required for harnessing that water. Just say availability. A simple example. The water is available. Take a water is available and the groundwater is present, and it is present, let's say, at a depth of 100 meters. Now, only those people who have, let's say, a tube well, who have a tube well that can go as deep as 100 meters would be having access to that water. Water is available, but you may not have access to that water. I have a field wherein I am cultivating a crop. I have a tube well in my field. There's a farmer who has a well which is a shallow dug well in his field. So the water level, as it goes down, the water is still available, though in lesser quantity, but it will be available only for those people who can take this water out from 100 meters depth. The person who has tube well will be able to access it. The person who does not have a tube well, who has a shallow dug well, will not have access to this water. Okay. Access to water resources may also be associated with the inequalities that we have in the society. Okay. Inequalities in society may also create problems related to access. So, these are two terms, availability and access to the freshwater resources. Now, what are the resources of fresh water? The freshwater resources would include rainfall and other forms of precipitation. The biggest source of fresh water is rainfall, or let's say other forms of precipitation like snow. Fresh water ka source can be the glaciers. Fresh water ka source can be rivers and ponds. It can be lakes. Again, they will get the water directly, indirectly from the rainfall and the precipitation. Okay. Then the source of fresh water can be groundwater. Groundwater is also a source of fresh water. So I have these as the freshwater resources: rainfall or other forms of precipitation, glaciers, rivers, ponds, lakes, groundwater. They all are related. Jaise availability of groundwater will depend on the rainfall, availability of groundwater will depend on the presence of rivers, ponds or lakes. So related hai aapas mein. Okay. Now the question says, crisis of availability, suppose. Okay. Now, when I look at the rainfall, there are reasons why we have rainfall, and the reasons why rainfall is more in certain areas of the world. So when you talk about the availability, one of the important issues here is the physiography of a region, the climatic condition of a region, because that is going to decide whether the area has rainfall or not. It may be a case that tropical or the equatorial regions of the world, they have a lot of rainfall. Every day we have rainfall in the afternoon hours. But there may be a desert area where the water is not available. Okay, so rainfall mein yahan par factor ho gaya a geographical factor related to climate and physiography. Okay. Acha, can I say an area may have a heavy rainfall but still can have water crisis? For example, if I look at the regions like Cherrapunji is a drought-prone region in India. Rainfall is heavy, but all the water rushes down in the direction of slope. So the terrain plays an important role here. Terrain plays an important role. So we have areas wherein we have rough terrains, the water does not, we find it very difficult to store and water rushes down in the direction of slope. Similarly, rivers are dependent on the rainfall, rivers are dependent on the other forms of precipitation like snow. Rivers are being fed by the glaciers. So every area may not have a large river. Every area may not be having a river that can provide it with the fresh water. Then groundwater. See, groundwater not only depends on the availability of natural, we're talking about, not only on the availability of rainfall, amount of rainfall, presence of rivers or other artificial water bodies, but very important is the rock structure. Okay? It depends on the rock structure. There are certain types of rocks which can store water, which can allow the water to pass through, and only those areas are the ones where we may have some amount of groundwater present. Okay, so when you look at the rainfall or when you look at the availability of freshwater resources, there are factors that decide the availability. There may be geographical factors, okay, like for example, the climate, terrain, or the rock structure. Achha. Then, when you talk about the availability, we have just discussed here the qualitative aspects. What the quantitative aspect? What about the qualitative aspects? What if the water is polluted? What if water is polluted? You have the water, but the water is unfit for consumption. Just suppose I have a lot of fresh water through in the ground, but that has a high level of arsenic contamination. It has high level of nitrate contamination. Would you be able to use it? No. So the water is available, but it is not fit for consumption. You will still face the crisis of water. Okay. Now, there are regions where the water has been less. But the question is, why is the world today facing the crisis of availability and access to? The simple reason why the world is facing today is because the human activities have not only changed the rainfall or precipitation patterns, but our developmental programs, they have been designed in such a way that they are affecting the availability of water. Today, we have more number of people than we had in the past. More number of people means there will be a greater demand of fresh water. Second, our lifestyles have seen a lot of change. Okay? Because our lifestyles have seen a lot of change, we are now using more amount of water. So suppose I compare an urban area in any part of the world, compare an urban area with a rural area. For the basic sanitation needs, you require much more water in the urban area than in the rural areas. I'm talking about the basic needs for sanitation. So much more water is required in the urban areas. So what has happened is that our lifestyles have seen a lot of change. Achha. Then our activities, like for example, if suppose there's rainfall taking place, but can I say for this rainwater to move down, I need a surface. For example, a mountainous region. Suppose there's a mountainous region, and in this mountainous region, there are trees. There are some trees present in this mountainous region. Now, rainfall takes place, the roots of the trees, they will stop the flow of the water, the speed of the water will be broken down, and this water is going to percolate downwards and is going to recharge the groundwater table. But what if I cut down these forests? What will happen after deforestation? After deforestation, water is going to move very fast. As the water moves more fast, there will be no amount of percolation, but every inch of the water or every drop of the water is going to move down as surface runoff. It may create problems of floods in downstream regions, but here there will be no percolation. What if I have changed the slope? Or what if we have created a concrete structure, let's say in urban areas, like for example, in the National Capital Territory, Delhi. What have we done? The basic problem with the groundwater is not only we are extracting it, but also because of our construction activities, we don't have places through which the water can go down. That is why the water policies today, the draft, it says that we need bioswales within the urban areas. Okay, so the problem today is that the population of the world is increasing. With the increase in the population, the demand of fresh water is going to increase. Second, with our developmental activities, the fresh water resources are no longer present or they are shrinking. For example, when I look at the lakes in Bangalore, or lakes in Chennai, these cities are now facing chronic water crisis, and largely because of the absence of freshwater bodies which used to store some good amount of water because of a developmental activities. Okay, deforestation, the slope modification, the construction purposes. These are the major reason why today the world is confronted with a crisis of availability. Achha. Then access to the freshwater resources. See, when limited amount of water is available, who would have the access? Definitely those people who can use that water, who have the mechanisms or who have the means to extract that water. Only those people will have. Now, when you look at the development in the world, we have a lopsided development wherein we have certain areas wherein not only resources are present, but also these are the areas wherein we have the capacity to extract the water. Suppose one factor I am looking at, let's say, is changing climate. Okay? Earlier, I had access to the water, but now there may be some kind of droughts in my area. Achha, with change in the climate, rainfall patterns have changed, and now we have a problem related to the droughts. Okay, so water is not available in my area. But still, if in this area I had some of the resources, I could have had mechanisms to extract the water which is even present in lesser quantity. So excess is also a problem because in many areas water resources are present, but they are not accessible. They say, again, in the world at present, we find that the women and girls, they are traveling to 200 million hours every year, collectively 200 million hours every year in order to fetch the water. So the idea is they don't have the resources for easy access. So water is available, but that may be very far away and you don't have easy access to that particular water resource. Okay. So the question is about the availability and access to, and the keyword here is today. That is increasing population, change in the activities, change in agricultural practice. Just in a country like India, what is the major reason here? One of the major reasons for the depletion of freshwater resources or the crisis related to the wrong choice of crops, where agriculture, according to Central Water Commission in India, uses around 78% of the total fresh water. So when you are cultivating crops in a wrong way, then there is bound to be a problem. We have 18% of the world's population with 4% of the world's fresh water. So you need to use water judiciously. Plus, realities are the social inequalities exist. So still, when you look at the social inequalities, excess becomes also a problem. Okay, so writing the question, introduction part, you are going to highlight the problem. You can quote certain reports here. You can quote some data. You can dramatize the problem, and then availability and access to. What are the factors that control availability, factors that control access to freshwater resources, and how these factors have been changing over a period of time. Okay. Towards the conclusion, just a word of caution. Towards the conclusion, you can also mention about the steps that can be taken. You can talk about water conservation measures. You can talk about the water harvesting techniques, or the need for implementing all those water harvesting techniques. This is how you are going to approach this question.
So this is question number 6. In this, it was asked, how are phreoids formed and why they constitute some of the important or some of the most picturesque areas of the world. So in this question, see, first is identify what are the keywords. So here it is the formation of phreoids. So you should know what is a phreoid. And second, the question is asking us to explain why they constitute some of the most picturesque regions. One of the most picturesque region means this is the scenic beauties of the world. Now this can be the areas which will play a very important role for tourism. So these are the two parts of the question here. So first is what is the meaning of a freoid, and second is what are the features of the freoid. Now this question is pertaining to landforms. Question is related to landforms, and the chapter here is geomorphology, and this is a part of your physical geography. And references you can take, this topic is there as a part of your chapter in your NCRTs also. The class 11th NCRT carries this. And landform, what type of landform? Freoids are the glacial landforms. These are glacial landforms, and identity of the freoids is glaciofluvial identity. This landform is a glaciofluvial landform. Glaciofluvial landform means it is created by glacier and it has the presence of water, right? It is a glaciofluvial landform. So what is this? How these freoids are created? So when you are writing the structure, or look at how will be the structure of the answer here. So first you define what is a freoid, then write about what is the process of formation of these landforms, then what will be the structure of freoids, and what will be the features, what are the important features. This will be the first part of your answer. Then after writing this, the next part you can write is, second part you can say what is the distribution of the freoids, and then you talk about why the freoids are considered as important features. So this will be the structure of the answer. Now to begin with, what is a freoid? Now see, this is suppose the coastal area, this is land, and this is the ocean. Now generally there will be a process, a riverine process operating from the land, and here a river is merging with the sea. This is one condition. So what you have at the coast? At the coast we are having the junction of a river and the sea water. But in some cases, instead of river adding water to the ocean has entered into the land like this. So there is a narrow inlet present in the coastal area. This narrow inlet is referred as a freoid. So there is one narrow inundation, narrow inlet that is present at the coastline, and this narrow inundation, this will be referred as the freoid. So you can see the freoids in certain regions of the world. So why this is created, and why what is the characteristic feature of this? So freoids are the region where there is a mix of the fresh water and the sea water. So this is one of the important characteristic of a freoid. Now formation of the freoid, how the freoids are formed. So as I told you that freoids are the result of the glacial process. So let us understand in this way. Suppose there is a glacier, consider a glacier, and the glacier operating from a mountain. So we are considering a mountain located closer to the coastal area. So this is something like a mountainous region, and here is here is some glacier. This is a glacier. So this glacier, when it has moved down, so the movement of the glacier towards the bottom, towards the lower part, it has caused some erosion here. So there is a erosion and there is a U-shaped valley created by glacier near the coast, right? A U-shaped valley will come into existence near the coast. So here the movement of the glacier has cut down the landform here, and later on, so this U-shaped valley which is created by the glacier and is present near the coast, and this comes under the influence of the ocean, and the ocean water has entered interior of this valley. So this is how, so this will be the nearby elevated land, and this one is the U-shaped valley, and the ocean has entered into this U-shaped valley. This will be now referred as, this is referred as the fjord. So in this way, so take example of the coastal area of Argentina. See, in coastal area of Argentina here, it appears like this. How is the coastline? If you magnify this, you'll find the coastline is appearing in this way. So this is not straight. So there are multiple fjords present at the southern coast of Argentina. So this is where you'll find inundation. All this is created. All these are the structure. These are the U-shaped valleys, some depressions that have been created by the erosional process of the river. So most of the fjord formation. So these fjords, which are the U-shaped valleys like this, these are the U-shaped valleys, and most of these fjords were created during the Pleistocene glaciation, and later on the sea level rise in deglaciation phase. Has caused the submergence of these landform. Now they are present below the sea level. So the formation of the fjord can be in three conditions. One, if there is a glaciation. Second, it can be because of coastal erosion, or it can be upliftment of the landform. Upliftment of the landform means isostatic changes or tectonic changes. Tectonic changes that are occurring at the coast. This also will be the reason for the formation of a fjord. So in this way, so fjords are this type of structure. So one created by glaciation, second is coastal erosion, and then created by the upliftment of the land. So if you see the present identity of any fjord, it is, so you can say that this is a mountain, and in between the mountain there is one depression. This is another mountain here. These are two mountains, and in this depression the sea has entered deep interiors of this valley. So this type of feature will be referred as a fjord. So formation of fjord. So one point that you have to mention here is how the fjords are created. So one, here in answer you should write that the deep valleys are carved out by the movement of the glacier. This is by the abrasion action of the glacier. Then these were exposed. Now during the Pleistocene, how were these fjords? During Pleistocene, a fjord was located much above the sea level. It was above the sea level, right? Post Pleistocene, when the sea level started rising, the sea has entered into the land, and we can say these U-shaped valleys got submerged. They are now lying below the sea level. So you can take the coast of Norway. Now, in case of Norway, northern part, you'll have the coastline in this way. So, when the coastline is inundated by the fjords, the length of the coastline will increase. In this way, these areas where there are multiple such fjords, the length of the coastline will increase, and these are some of the longest coastlines of the world. So, now, this is first part. We have discussed about the formation of the fjord and appearance of the fjord. Now, location. So, where they are found. So, some of the important areas of formation of the fjords is, so see towards this. So, the fjords are located in the region of Greenland. Then this is the northern part of Norway. Then you can find in the region of northern Canada. Then this will be south of Argentina. Then southern part of Chile. These are the region. And towards Australia, we can find the fjords are also found in the region of New Zealand. So these are some of the major areas of occurrence of fjord. So particularly towards the subpolar region and polar region. So Norway, Greenland, Canada, Chile. In southern hemisphere it is Chile, and south coast of Argentina, that is the Falkland Islands of Argentina, and islands in case of New Zealand, and you will find here also that is the region of Alaska. These are the major areas of formation of the fjord. Now, so this is distribution. So this is the second part. So in first part of answer, you are writing about what is a fjord. Second, what is the structure of the fjord, how they are formed, their process of formation. You have to explain about the glacial erosion and the carving out of the U-shaped valleys. Then second part of answer, you have to describe about what is the major areas of distribution of the fjord. And the third part is why these fjords are important, right? So, generally a fjord is bordered by elevated land, that is mountain. This constitute a marine ecosystem with particular type of biodiversity and flora and fauna. Then the adjoining areas will have glaciers and waterfalls. Then you can have a certain type of species endemic to this region, which are adapted to such conditions of glaciers as well as melting of glaciers and continuous supply of glacier water, and this is also characterized by waterfalls. And within the fjords there will be formation of islands, and some islands are the depositional islands. So within this structure there will be some island, right? Now these are also responsible for the geographical isolation of the communities or the population that are living in this region. So if this is how is the coastline like this, in this way people living at this place, people living at this, these communities are different, right? So this is known as geographical isolation. So there is a gap of, if you see, this is a gap of some 200 kilometer, this is some 300 kilometer, like this. So these communities, they have developed their different culture. So here you will have a different dialect of a language, here there is a different dialect of a language, here there is a different culture. In this way, a difference in mode of life of the people can be seen in different areas of the fjord of the same region. And for all these factors, they constitute some of the pristine environments, very beautiful structure, and scenic beauty. We can say scenic beauty. And you just imagine that you are visiting a region of a fjord, you get a water. See, the term fjord is derived from the language of Norway. Means what? The access through, fare through. Fjord means the area through which you can travel, you can move, that is known as a fjord. So in that way, this is a waterway at many places that is used for navigation. This plays a very important role for development of tourism. Vikings culture in north of Norway is related to the fjords. So this will be some point about the significance and why they create a scenic beauty, right? So this will be the structure of the answer in this question. Now, let us see question number 7. This question number 7, again in GS paper 1, here. Question number 7. This is, why is the southwest monsoon called Purvaya or easterly in Bhojpur region? How has this directional seasonal wind system influenced the cultural ethos of the region? Right? So, question is related to Indian climate. Second, it is related to the mechanism of monsoon, right? So related to monsoon. So identify here, this is southwest monsoon known as Purvaya. Purvaya is the name of a wind, we can say local identity of a wind. This is a local identity of a wind that is easterly, coming from east. Purvaya, Purv, that is coming from east, right? And region, this is Bhojpur region. And it also says, how is the cultural ethos of the region is influenced by the directional seasonal wind. Now, for this structure of the answer, see, what are the elements of this? Keywords we have identified. This is the southwest monsoon. Then we have identified direction of the southwest monsoonal wind, that is easterly. This is known as Purvaya. And then it is about the region. So this will be the Bhojpur region. Right. Now this question is related to determinism in geography. It means that how the geographical factor influences the cultural conditions, the condition of human culture, aspect of human culture, how they are influenced by the geographical conditions. Now in this, so further, if you have to answer this question, let us say, so first part, what you have to write? You have to write about the southwest monsoon. So, or before that, you identify what is the location of the Bhojpur region. So, first is, what is this? Bhojpur region. Now, Bhojpur region, this consists of the eastern part of UP. This consists of part of Bihar, some parts of Jharkhand in this way. So this is majorly, it is the part of eastern UP and Bihar, and it extends up to the Nepal border. So on the map, we can show this region here, which is closer to eastern coast, This will be considered as a Bhojpur region. Now, this region has its own cultural identity in terms of cultural, this is also a cultural unit or cultural region in terms of language and traditions and belief system. Okay. Now, then you have to write about what is the southwest monsoon. Now, describing the southwest monsoon, this will be 50% of your question. So, we are aware that the southwest monsoon is divided. So, this is the southwest monsoon. The southwest monsoon is divided into two parts. One is the Arabian Sea branch of the monsoon and Bay of Bengal branch of the monsoon. So, the monsoonal wind which progresses in this way and then get deflected. So, the monsoon arrives from eastern side. So, this is the easterly wind. So, what is here mentioned as Purvaya, the easterly wind is the manifestation of the Bay of Bengal branch of the monsoon. So, this monsoonal wind will bring moisture. So, these are onshore winds. This is going to bring moisture and this will enter into India, and this, the onset of this will be in the mid of or last week of mid to last after 15th of June. There will be onset of this wind on the eastern coast, and this wind enters the eastern part of India, crossing this Chota Nagpur plateau. It is entering into the region of Bhojpur. So, this is what you have to explain. So, Purvaya is nothing but the easterly wind. This easterly wind is the manifestation of the Bay of Bengal branch of the monsoon. So, the onset of this will be in the later part of June, right? So, after 15th June, this gets established over here. And what is there? So, this region of Bhojpur, number 4, the Bhojpur region being located away from the coast in the month of April and May experiences very high temperature, hot condition. This is also sometimes under the influence of hot, we can say heat wave, the hot wind that is known as Lu, right? Hot conditions are established because of the Lu, and then in this hot condition there is the new wind that is replacing this hot condition. This is how the Purvaya enters into such areas, right? So just visualize that the people who are experiencing this area of Bihar, Eastern UP, which becomes very hot, extremely hot conditions, and then in this hot condition there is the entry of the monsoonal wind, which are relatively cold, and they are moisture laden wind, right? So a lot of songs that are there from this region, they talk about Thandi Purvaya. Thandi Purvaya is nothing but it is the wind that brings the relief to the people of this region, right? It creates a pleasant condition, relieving the people from this scorching heat, right? Scorching heat which is there, that people are relieved from this extreme heat conditions, and that is how it is referred as Thandi Purvaya, and this will be the onset of the monsoon in this region. So first part of your answer should have this. So we are writing what is Bhojpur region. Second means you write in terms of the state and areas. Second, you talk about why this region is unique in terms of culture. It has its own cultural identity. Then you can explain about the geographical aspect of this. It is a part of Ganga plain. Most of the part of Bhojpur comes in the region of Ganga plain, and here the important rivers you will find it is Gandhak, and we can say the tributaries of Kosi. This constitute the drainage of the Bhojpur region. ठीक है, ये geographical हो गया. इसके बाद write about southwest monsoon, then you write about the branches of the monsoon, then you say the Bay of Bengal branch of monsoon, then you write the what is meaning of easterly here, why it is southwest is known as easterly for Bhojpur, it is coming from the eastern side, and then you explain what is the significance of this, what this Purvaya does to the Bhojpur region, right? That you have to write. And then next comes the next part. See what UPSC has done here, they have narrowed down the condition of the region, in the sense that here the examiner is trying to test what is the specific knowledge you have about this region of Bhojpur in terms of maybe culture. So what is the cultural significance of Purvaya? Obviously, even if you are not aware about any specific cultural aspect, so we can say here the language culture consists of language, it is the type of food, it is festivals, right, dance and music, it will be paintings of this region, then the tradition of agriculture and the crops cultivated, right? Then in this the agriculture operations, this all will constitute the character of the culture of Bhojpur or any region. Now when you are writing about the Bhojpur, you can write the Purvaya is responsible for certain food delicacy or food delicacies of this region, certain type of food which is unique to this region. Then you can also write about certain festivals celebrated at the sowing season, onset of the monsoon, and festivals celebrated at the time of harvesting. There are some pre-harvest festivals that are celebrated in Bhojpur region, that maybe like which also like premature before the harvest, like wheat which is cultivated here now before the harvest, that it is not completely matured wheat, here it is immature wheat, this is harvested and then you have to heat it, a traditional burning of wheat will be there. So this type of food is consumed, this is shared. So there is a cooperative association between the people. Cooperative association in the sense that most of the agricultural operations, whether it is sowing or it is weeding or it is harvesting, this is done by the group of people here, and attached to this will be some certain songs, attached to this will be some group activity, attached to this will be something like community cooking, right? A group kitchen will be there. So this type of activities also can be linked with the culture, or these are the influence of the monsoonal wind in this region. See, this is a general framework. What we can do in Bhojpur region, we can add certain types specific to this. We can add some food varieties like litti choka that can be added, gugni that can be added, some fairs and festivals can be added. But again, the scope of this, as the question has narrowed down the criteria, you can write one or two names in each of these cases, linking it with the agriculture practices and the cultural identity of the Bhojpur region. So that will be last. So you can give some 40% weightage to this part. First 60% of your answer should be on the southwest monsoon and the influence of the southwest monsoon. So this is about question number 6 and 7.
Question number 8. Do you think marriage as a sacrament is losing its value? The question is very, very simple. Marriage is considered as a sacred bond, especially in Hindu marriage system, and there is divinity attached to marriage. So you can simply write all these things in the introduction. Divinity attached to marriage means God has created this special bond and it is not easy to break this special bond because God has created this. And marriage is a performance of duty according to Hindu religion. So when you go for marriage, the purpose of marriage is to perform your religious duty. Especially when you go for the birth of a male child, you complete your duty towards your religion. So marriage in India is, especially for Hindu religion, is considered as a sacred bond. Now the question says, do you think this sacredness attached with marriage is losing its value? So in the body we can say that yes, due to increasing modernization and secularization, the sacredness attached to marriage has definitely reduced. How? The divorce rates have increased and the modern laws make the process of divorce very easier. They have defined the grounds for divorce also. Second, if the purpose of marriage has also changed, it is no longer considered as a fulfillment of one's duty, but it is considered as a fulfillment of one's economic needs. Then need-based marriages have increased. The need-based marriage concept means the purpose of marriage is only to fulfill your economic needs, nothing else, as said in the second point already. And marriage is continued only till the time these needs are fulfilled. The moment the other partner stop fulfilling these needs, the marriage is broken. And we also see a trend of increase in extramarital affairs because of increase in consumerism and marriage not being considered as a sacred bond. So if sacredness is no longer attached to marriage, definitely people engage themselves more in extramarital affairs, and this has been seen in present times also. So hence we can conclude the answer by saying that due to increase in modernization and westernization, the sacredness attached with marriage has definitely reduced. So very simple question. 2-3 points which you have to write here. Divorce rates have increased, marriage only for economic needs, and third, increase in extramarital affairs. Next, the second question, question number 9. This is also 10 marker. We have to explain why suicide rates among young women are increasing in India. Again, the question is very simple. Young woman means women in the age group of 18 to 35 years. First, you can write this in the introduction. Then reasons for suicide among them we can divide into 2 parts, internal factors and external factors. Internal factors can be called as psychological factors. External factors are social factors. So what are psychological factors due to which young women are committing suicide in India? Then first reason may be failure in competitive examination like IIT and NEET, not able to meet the expectation of family in terms of career goals, pregnancy without marriage, so entering into sexual relationship before marriage leading to pregnancy, then failure in love relationship, postpartum depression. Postpartum depression is depression after delivery of the child. Most of the women are not aware that they are suffering from depression, and because of that postpartum depression they commit suicide. And cyberbully on social media platforms leading to their loss of privacy. So all these factors leading to young women, not girls, young women committing suicide in India. So these are internal factors. In one more point you can write in internal factors that counseling services are also not available in India as they are available in the West. External factors for young women committing suicide. Early age of marriage of the girl child. So early age of marriage, the girl is harassed in the family of in-laws and then she commits suicide. Then harassment for dowry, sexual harassment at workplace, young girls not given access to sanitary pads by the parents, leading to uterus cancer, removing of uterus, and ultimately hormonal changes leading to depression, and depression leading to suicide. So 4 points in external factors, 4-5 points in internal factors you can write, and conclude by saying that these factors have definitely increased suicide rates among young girls in the society. Then Next question, question number 10. Again 10 marker. Child cuddling is now being replaced by mobile phones. Discuss the importance of, discuss its impact on socialization of children. So the question is not discuss the impact of mobile phones on children. The question is cuddling is replaced by mobile phone and what is the impact on socialization of children. So first in the introduction, we can define what is socialization. So it is a process whereby children learn values, rules and regulations of society, and family is the primary institute of socialization. Primary institute means the child learns rule regulations for the first time in the family. In present times, increased use of mobile phones have led to parents giving mobile phones in the hands of the children instead of cuddling them. So what happens when they give mobile phones in the hand of children instead of cuddling them? What is the impact on socialization of children? So we can simply explain that when a mother cuddles a child, it creates a feeling of love and compassion among children. So the physical touch of the cuddling creates feeling of love and compassion. Replacing cuddling with mobile phone means child will not be sympathetic, empathetic and compassionate towards others, especially old people like animals, vulnerable sections of the society like SC, STs. So he will not have feeling of sympathy, empathy and compassion. When mother cuddles the child, mother teaches important values of life to the child. So whenever a mother cuddles a child, the thing is, the child becomes very vulnerable at that point of time, and whatever mother is teaching to the child at that point of time becomes very important value for the child throughout his life. So mother, when she cuddles, can teach what is right and what is wrong. But if she is no longer cuddling, the child will not learn what is right and what is wrong in the society. Then mobile phone engagement also makes the child introvert, which will reduce his tendency of socializing with others and make him very shy. Interaction with women will also be very shy if the cuddling is replaced by mobile phones. Question number 11. This is also related to Indian society. Again a 15 marker. What are the main features of Vedic society and religion? Do you think some of the features are still prevailing in Indian society? So, it's very simple, straightforward question. What was present in Vedic society? We can divide Vedic society into two parts. Early Vedic, later Vedic. Early Vedic, equality. Early Vedic, what was present? Equality, Varna system, naturism. Later Vedic, inequalities are coming because of caste system and decline in status of women and emergence of new gods. Features that are still prevalent, yes, caste system is still prevalent. Caste, Varna theory is also relevant. Patriarchal mindset is still there. Religious gods are still there. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. We still follow naturism. So what we can say, tradition has continued along with modernity in India. So what was happening in the past is still happening in the present time. That is the basic purpose of this question to be asked.
Question number 12. So question number 12 of paper 1, it asks, what are the main technological changes introduced during Sultanate period? How does those technological changes influence the Indian society? Question is generally the first part only, what are the technological changes of Delhi Sultanate? How it affects the Indian society, so the moment I'll tell you the changes, we can write a lot on how it affected our society. For example, if someone tells you how internet affected our society, we can write a lot about it. How IC engines, these cars and buses changed our society. We can have influenced our society. We can tell a lot about it. So main focus is the technology or technological changes in this period. Now this question came directly from a book of Irfan Habib, which I tell every student. And UPSC repeatedly asks question from this. If I could show you on this, if you can see this, very difficult to see like this. You could zoom and you could check it. This comes directly from chapter number 2. That is technology of 1200 to 1500. Book is of Irfan Habib, National Book Trust. So I can show you last 10 years UPSC at least asked 7 to 8 questions from it. That is book for general studies. जैसे Indian feudalism, in optional GS both. They asked about Arghat. If you see, I have made the Arghat also. I don't know how much of that is visible. So Arghat. So this question, last from medieval India they asked regularly in last 10 years, 5 to 6 questions asked from this Irfan Habib book. And Irfan Habib also have a technical book only for technology, which is this. I don't think a GS student need to study this. Not at all. Not at all. It is only about technology of medieval age. And so many of these technological illustration which he did not give in that GS general book, because it is about society, economy, technology, polity, everything. This is purely on technology. So I will show you some illustrations made here. What are the answers we have? So I'll show you those illustrations made here. Simple question, it's fact-based question. Not a lot about your understanding, not a lot about your analysis of history. It's simply a technical question. Like someone asks you, what are the technological changes brought in India from 2000 onwards? So 3G, 4G, 5G, touch screen, electric vehicles, etc., etc. You can keep on writing. LED, lights. So many of these things, toughened glasses. So here we have to start. What are the technological changes brought during Sultanate period? So first, finalization of Persian wheel. Finalization of Persian wheel. Now what's Persian wheel? Arghat or Arhat or Rahat or Rathghat. This is the wheel in which the pots are tied, is the earliest part, which is mentioned in Gahasat Sai of Satvahan age. In the works of Aryabhatta also this Rahat or Rathghat or Arghat is mentioned. In early medieval age, 7th, 8th century, if you have to put it in water, and water is very deep, so you can't take it entire down, or you cannot make such a big Arghat. So they have started adding pot garland in it. This have pots. Now you turn it, so it is called pot garland. Ghatmala, that is early medieval. Now what Sultanate age added? So Sultanate age added a thing called warm gear. Very difficult for me to help you visualize. One gear is like this, another gear is like this. So warm gear is to convert our horizontal motion into vertical motion. Yes, you will see in our cars. So one rotates like this, crankshaft. If this is the car, the crankshaft is straight. It turns and the wheel have one shaft. So this turn, it turns the wheel shaft. That is 90-degree gears arranged. Difficult for me to help you visualize, just check what is warm gear. So by warm gear, in Delhi Sultanate age, the Persian wheel could be now animal drawn. So with the help of warm gear, here you will see ox will rotate. 2 ox will rotate here. And from this Arghat is connected. So rather than humans standing on 2 sides and keep on rotating this Arghat, one animal could move in the circular motion, which will move this Arghat. That's called the finalization of Persian wheel. So ox turned. Ox turned. That's the first thing which happened. And Babur described it. I've written in page number 12 of this book. You will see not only this is described, but even it is made. This one, if you can see. God knows how much of that is visible. Please zoom and see it. So that Irfan Habib clearly wrote that this is what Persian wheel is, or finalization of Persian wheel. So in earlier pages he described what is the development, and in 13th century or 14th century Babur described this ox turned wheel, that is finalization of Persian wheel. And you can write the second thing, which is the magic of this warm gear only. ox turned oil mill. Ox turned oil mill. In northern India, it is called kolhu. Kolhu. If you work very hard without applying your brain, so people will ask you kolhu ka bail. Kolhu means something which is pressing. So earlier you will see sugarcane and other thing were pressed by human action. Human will rotate it. You must have seen two cylinders. Between them it is pressed. You will have to rotate the cylinder yourself. Because of this worm gear, ox started turning it. Ox turned kolhu. And that's why you will see that this ox turned kolhu or ox turned oil mill is one of the developments of Sultanate age. So in page 19 he gave this. So this is ox turned kolhu. You could see this, God knows how much of this is visible. The ox turned kolhu. That is one development which is mentioned. I hope we all can easily understand how this affected our society. So oil turned, this could increase the irrigation, this could improve the area under irrigation. Imagine human turning and ox turning. Ox can turn entire day. It is 10 times more powerful than human. It have no emotional problem. It is never depressed. So animal can have much more power than human. Ox turned oil mill can improve the oil production capacities, trade and commerce, exports, etc., etc. More oil seeds could be produced here and more oil could be turned into, oil seeds could be turned into oil. And that must have a lot of social influences on it. So I think if someone tells you how agriculture or irrigation is improving or how oil production is improving, what are its social effects? Third is the thing which they introduced or which got introduced is cement, or we call it mortar. Cement or mortar means binding the bricks. And you must have seen in the Sultanate period buildings, Tughlaqabad, etc., you will find some mortar adding the bricks. So between the bricks, they add this mortar. It's called cement. What this cement or mortar did? It has two main uses. One is long distance canals and large tanks, reservoirs. Because of this cement and mortar, now your tanks or reservoir could be huge. Imagine if I ask you to make some dam without cement in it. So you can only place the big rocks and you will have to put mud in between. And mud is generally taken away by water. And that's why the reservoir of older times were either natural dug beneath the ground. You can't stop the water too much from the flowing canal, or from the flowing river or canal. Now you have a long distance canals. You can create long distance canals. You can create large reservoirs. Firoz Shah Tughlaq is famous for his long canals. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq created a lot of canals. And you will see Vijayanagar Empire created Madag Lake. Madag Lake of Vijayanagar Empire near Hampi. So just I want if you are from general studies student should check this, optional might be aware. From Tungabhadra river, how the water reaches Vijayanagar Empire. So there was one reservoir, then this Vijayanagar Empire, then there were small reservoirs. So water management system of Hampi should be read. So they have created these large reservoirs with the help of these mortar only. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq created so many long canals, and Vijayanagar Empire created their water distribution system and water storage system from reservoir with the help of these long canals and tanks. And this is only possible because of the arrival of mortar in it. Second, because of that mortar, pre-Sultanate architecture, before 13th century, we could create only trabeate architecture. Trabeate architecture means pillars and beams. There are some efforts to make some arcuate architecture, but that's not pure arcuate. For example, if you put rocks like this, that is still beams and pillars. You will see This is pillar. There are these drops added. These type of drops added so that pillar could be fixed to the ceiling. But after 13th century, architecture became accurate. Accurate architecture that have domes in it, arches in it, onion domes in it, Persian domes. So these domes and arch based architecture that appeared in 13th century. One of the first one was tomb of Ghiyasuddin Balban, 1280s, between Saket and Qutub Minar. Saket metro station, Qutub Minar you will find on the left side. Today it is in broken condition. The tomb of Balban was the first one to have this accurate architecture. It encloses more area, it gives more lofty architecture. These are the more mathematical architecture. It's only because of mortar which appeared. And because of mortar, the architecture also changed. And that's why you will see majority of architecture, which even today we, or medieval age had, is accurate architecture. So from trabeate we move to accurate. Fourth is improved indigo extraction. Until 19th century, indigo was the basis of dyeing the cloth, dyeing agent. Extraction. So what's the earlier style? So earlier style of indigo extraction is you took that indigo plant, you put that in water and put that water in some area or enclosed. And in that enclosed region, you let the indigo to evaporate. It will take days for the water to evaporate and the later powder of indigo will remain there. In this time we have used gypsum. Since 14th century, we started mainly using gypsum. And the other thing was not greatly used is limestone, chuna. So that bed is made up of gypsum and lime. So without absorbing the real water, they do not absorb water. Sorry, they do not absorb the color of indigo. Gypsum and limestone only absorb the water of indigo. The water is absorbed by that. The powder remains on the surface which you take away. So rather than slow evaporation only, the better absorption by gypsum and limestone. So you put a bed of gypsum limestone, on that you put indigo. So slowly and slowly it will only absorb water, whereas the color will remain here. Why you can't have clay? Because color will also enter into that. So rather than slow evaporation, improved indigo extraction. And that improved indigo extraction is used for coloring our clothes. And colored textile of India is much famous. And that's why you will see Europeans, which we'll discuss later when we will see printed clothes. So indigo, till 19th, even 20th century, you must have heard thin katia system, which was based on indigo only. Then fifth is improved distillation. So distillation means you have put a stall is called still is called bhatti. So on bhatti you put it. It evaporates and goes into one place where it is collected. This is called distillation. In those times, in Sultanate time, first so this bhatti improved. This still has much more improvements. You air from here. And this also has one thing called Moore's head. So distillation gets improved. You must have heard at different temperature, different thing evaporate. So by this Moore's head, you can have more complex distillation. For this, you will have to have a great knowledge of distillation. What does this Moore's head do? Just understand improved distillation by the addition of Moore's head. So now the perfume making is much better. This liquor making is much better. And perfume was something which was greatly exported from India. Liquor's social effect, I hope I need not to tell you. The elites, generally you will see liquor is a great source of economy. After COVID, the first shops opened by government is liquor shops. So liquor obviously have a social effect on it. Distillation generally is the basis. Even today petroleum and all are based on distillation. Great refineries are based on distillation only. So distillation is one of the easiest thing to extract liquids from them. Sixth is improved sericulture. Sericulture, silk production. Irfan Habib did not describe a lot, and he's also very cautious in writing all this, because he says that distillation, silk production, that existed before, but here technological improvements appeared. So that is better silk production, widespread silk production, large quantity of silk could be produced, and that's how sericulture improved. So although India produced silk from ancient ages, but this is the time when silk produced not only improved in quantity as well as quality. So both the improvements were done in Sultanate age. Seventh, innovations in textile. That's a long list. Innovations in textile industry. Many of you may disagree with these things. Many of you will say that India already had this in ancient age, we are finding this. So first thing, yes, a lot of things are improved. And second thing, this book is published by National Book Trust. And that's why I am taking it as a source. And that's why we have to believe on the literature, which is the government published literature. So yes, there could be proof that these things existed earlier. I am no one to accept that. I am no one to deny that. I am here more interested in the literature which I refer, which is made by India. For example, what is written in Economic Survey of India, we take it on its face value. What is written in NCERT, we take it as its face value. This book is published by National Book Trust, which is Government of India undertaking. That's why I'm taking it on its face value. So let's see what are the innovations. So first innovation, that's a very important one. That is arrival of a spinning wheel, charkha, individual driven spinning wheel. You must have seen Mahatma Gandhi. The basis of textile industry was a spinning wheel. So a spinning wheel is introduced in 14th century. I don't think I have a photo of it, or if it will take some time for me to search where a spinning wheel is made. This is a spinning wheel. You could see 14th century spinning wheel that he described. So spinning wheel improved the textile production. Second, you will see in this spinning wheel, what is added here is crank handle. Crank handle means if this is a spinning wheel, this is connected to one charkha and a stick is coming out, and you hold the stick and you rotate it. If it's simply stick, your hand may get friction or your skin will not be very okay by doing it regularly. So in that crank handle, at this stick, one outer cylinder will be added, and that cylinder will be stopped here. So you will hold the cylinder, and when you will rotate, so that stick will rotate inside the cylinder. Some of you must have seen the rural fans, hand fans, haath ka pankha. So if you will rotate that hand, you hold the cylinder and the stick is inside that cylinder. Cylinder is in your hand and you keep on rotating it. That's called the crank of it, which is 90 degree coming out. And because of that crank, generally when we rotate, so our hand is not damaged. We could work for hours and hours and hours. You need no lubrication for it, because your hand is not damaged by it, because you are holding the outer cylinder. I hope you understood that is called crank handle. And this crank handle is given in page 38 of it. So that's a sort of crank handle, if you can see this. So one crank handle is made. This is crank handle. Third thing is treadles. Treadles in loom. So treadles improve the production capacity. What are treadles? So if ever you will go to the tailor shop, in our homes we must have seen that tailoring machines which are driven by hand. Treadles are, you will see, those tailors, they put their feet on a platform and they move that platform by their feet and the machine runs. There both the hands are free to do the work. It can do sophisticated work also, and feet movement is generally more easier than moving things by hand, where your only one hand is free. So in the feet, whatever you move is called treadles. Feet run textile spinning wheels. So they are feet driven or feet run. On page 39 and 43, at both the places he made treadles. I said this also have treadle. If you see at the bottom of it, it has treadles in it. And if you see page 43, so clearly treadles are made. You can see treadles is written. So he is moving by his feet. But I have no idea how much of that is visible. These are treadles. So he is running on those treadles. Next thing is, earlier loom are horizontal or spinning wheel, horizontal loom. But now in Sultanate age, vertical loom appeared. What's vertical loom? So on top you will see one stick in which the threads are coming down. And you are standing on bottom and you are putting the threads or the needed ones. You could keep on taking it up as you finish your work. It is easier to do by standing rather than the lying one. So instead of horizontal loom, the vertical loom appeared. So you will say vertical, they have one stick which moves. You will have to see that. So vertical loom, just type vertical loom on Google, you will find. So that vertical loom improved the quality of work. And that's why majority of this qaleen, which we call qaleen, I don't remember what's in English it is called. Medieval term is qaleen. So those qaleen, the Indian famous works, so they are possible only because of these vertical loom. So vertical loom increased the size and scale of textile production. So all these are, there is one more, warm gear, so we have already written. So warm gear also improved our work. So you rotate it this side, the vertical loom is moving. So warm gear improved our arghat also, warm gear. So warm gear is just like the internet technology which is changed or which improved every part of this life. In textile, the sixth improvement is chapa printing, block printing. Earlier you will have to dye your thread separately. One part of thread or one type of thread is black, one type of thread is blue. And in this vertical loom you start putting them. So you will find different colored clothes. But those colors are not as interesting as the block printing, where you have a proper dye, you have the blocks, you dip that block and put it on the cloth. So you need that type of dye where cloth stick with the cloth, or sorry, color stick with the cloth. And that's why the block printing came in handy. The type of cloth we introduced is called cheat, which Europeans called chintz. And one type of less shiny chintz, which Portuguese bought from calicos, is called calico. And this was so much so, it dominated European markets so much. If internet is coming on this board, it dominated so much in Europe that they have to ban it. So you can see British banning calico cloth. So you can see, internet is full of this Calico Acts. Calico Act. So British banned these calico. This is called calico or chintz. These are the block printing. And you can see this is block printing. The block printing is going on. And that's why they could print it. It's called chintz in India or calico. Calico is because Portuguese first bought it from. You can see movies. I have seen one movie, Pirates of Caribbean, that only I quote in class also. The 17th, 18th century movie, if they have to show the rich women, they are wearing the same calico gowns. To make it flowery, they add the wooden frame at the hip. And it looks very, very elite cloth. So these are the chintz cloth, Indian chintz, calico. So this dominated Europe so much that for 4 centuries, Europe kept on pouring money in India to buy these chintz or calicos. Later to ban it. Later, it will be a long story, but let me tell you one. Today we are the fans of this French and Italian cloth companies like this Gucci, Armani, Versace. They are based on 19th century nobility of Europe. You must have seen huge gowns, headgears. The pioneer of all these is the 18th century French court. So all the brands today, what we follow, they are developed by 19th century European nobility. This 19th century European nobility started copying all this from 18th century French court. And the main pioneer of that was Marie Antoinette, you must have heard. Wife of Louis XVI, who was beheaded. Marie Antoinette was also beheaded. Now Marie Antoinette, when was married to Louis XVI, took a designer from Austria with her. Her name was Rose Bertin. So today Rose Bertin is considered as the pioneer of European fashion, which continues for next 3 centuries, even today. Rose Bertin. Her cloth style was called haute couture. Haute couture means, haute means ati, beyond you. Couture is the cutting of cloth. Haute couture means, according to Rose Bertin, the cloth line which normal people should not afford. Haute couture means if as a customer you are asking for the price of the textile or cloth, you can't afford it. So she started this haute couture. And the name of her shop, I am telling you all this, the name of her shop was Le Grand Mughal. The Grand Mughal. She promised the Europeans, her French and other customers, Marie Antoinette, that I will provide you the exact clothes like the Mughals wear, the Indian emperors, the Indian textile industry, their chintz and their clothes, which I will try to bring here. जैसे today we say कि American cars, German cars, Mercedes, Rolls Royce के जो भी हैं वो सब क्या Volkswagen etc. BMW. तो Rose Bertin had her cloth line called the Le Grand Mughal. All this is possible because of these textile innovations. So if just showing you Rose Bertin, Le Grand Mughal was the name of her shop. Le Grand Mughal, 1770s. Marie Antoinette and her tailor Rose Bertin, Le Grand Mughal. So it's a very famous story to how the Indian textile was the hegemony of that time. That all the courts used to wear the same chintz and the shiny clothes or shiny textiles of Indian style. So the type of crowns Indian, you must have seen Noor Jahan, etc. So these are the shiny clothes which they wear. These clothes are when the calicos was already banned, and this is more European produced, but on the exact line of Indian cloth. So textile innovations in textile from 13th, 14th, 15th century gave a great edge to Indian textile industry. And you can see the Europeans were so much hegemonized that they started. To their credit, in 19th and 20th century, they have also pioneered. I am not here to give you that type of supremacy that it India only which did all of this. But yes, the great hegemony of India was in 17th, 18th century in textile industry. Then, 8th innovation, bowstring drill. So earlier if you have to drill in the pearl, or earlier you have to drill in the stone or the rock, so there is a drill and a man has to drill it by its hand. Later you will see they have created a bow, and in bow there is a string. In that string, but it's very difficult to explain, this drill is put in that bow. So in that thread string of that bow, the drill is placed, and they will, by the bow they will put it. They will draw the bow and this will rotate. If I can show you, I don't want to waste the time. Just search on your own. It will take a lot of time. So there is a bow in which a string. Take one turn of a string into this drill. If this is the drill, this is the thread which is going. And then bow is in your hand. You draw the bow, it will rotate by the action of bow. And due to that, the drilling becomes much more easy. Imagine a man drilling by his hand. Imagine one drawing a bow. And that is how this bowstring drill became famous. Till very late, if you will go to rural India, you can easily find today people are trying to drill this on this wood. In the rural region, in wood, when they put the drill, they drill by this bow. Today the machine came, so it is also a machine, a complex machine. So bowstring drill, it improved our jewelry, carpentry, bead making, jewelry making, everything else. Then, bowstring drill also has one photo given on page 50. If you can see, this is the bowstring drill. It's given exactly on this. All of this, almost the question derived from this. It is one of the most authoritarian books written on the medieval technology. Then next is open and shut umbrella. This appeared in this age. Open and shut umbrella. The type of umbrella we use today. You can open it, it will open. Then you can shut it, it will shut. Umbrellas are there for thousands of years. Chhatra, which we say, Chhatra, Chhatrapati, Chhatrap. But here the umbrellas are open and shut. I hope we all have seen open and shut umbrella. I don't know there was button or not. But yes, certainly there would have been no button. But you can open it, and then when you draw it back, so it will shut down. So that umbrella is open or shut. 10th is ceiling fans. Don't think ceiling fans like today you turn on the button and it starts rotating. If this is the ceiling, so one large fan, there is a string tied to it. This string will go into the ceiling. There is a pulley. Pulley is going out of the room. Out of the room, one generally boy, manual labor, will pull that string, will leave that string. So this fan will rotate. It's very much like you have held this on your ceiling. From here, one rope is going into pulley and pulley is going out. As you pull the pulley, fan will go like this. Leave the pulley, that heavy fan will rotate. Generally, manual labor is employed. Manual labor is the only labor they had. And when manual labor get tired, so he lie down on the floor outside and he tie that thread in his leg. And he will put the leg down and the fan will work. So that is ceiling fan. Because, and in British age, the ceiling fan is too much used by British officers. And later you will see outside khas and all was also used. That would be too much information, which I don't think you need. 11th innovation, which was done by them, was, now it's a bit controversy. I don't want you should accept it or not. That is paper manufacturing. Paper manufacturing. According to Irfan Habib, in India, paper manufacturing was introduced in 9th century AD. But the widespread paper manufacturing factory appeared only in Sultanate period, 13th century AD. Many reject it. They say paper was already in India, since Kushan age at least. I don't think you should accept it or not. I have no view in it. Irfan Habib has wrote, if you want, accept it, write it. If you don't want, well and good. So paper. Before that, before papers appeared, on the leaves we wrote. Leaves. And leaf were called patal. Today we call rose petals. And leaf is called patal. Patliputra was the center of perfume production. That's why it was called Patliputra, because perfume or leaves were crushed to make perfume. And that's why accountant is called Akshpatal Adhyaksh, who keep eyes on leaves on which things are written. Sadan ke patal par, patal means leaf. So earlier people used to write on leaves, later they moved on paper. When this shift happened, different historians have different point of views. Irfan Habib says 9th century it introduced, 13th century it became widespread. By 14th century it was so cheap that people started using paper for packing also. So when they will give you fish, they will pack it on paper rather than cloth. So paper became very cheap by 14th century. When paper appeared in India, according to Irfan Habib, 9th century onwards. And in 13th century it became widespread. I have no view on this, neither I have any authority to give you any view. Next is tin coating. So generally you will see the problem of copper. Copper is cheaply available, but the problem of copper, it easily reacts with the things. And if you don't believe me, just make lemonade in your copper utensil. You yourself will find what danger copper has. So if in copper you put some sirka, that is, sirka is called vinegar. Or if you put lemonade in your copper utensil, you yourself will understand how dangerous copper is. Tin coating gave the coating to copper utensils, and that's why copper utensil could be easily, cheap copper utensil could easily be used because of this tin coating. Tin coating appeared in 13th or 14th century. So cheaper copper utensil now are given this tin coating, and people could use it, copper utensils, for their cooking without any danger of poisoning in it. And that's how. You can't keep curd in copper, you can't keep fish in copper, you can't keep lemonade in copper, many things you can't keep in copper. Tin coating made that copper. Inside is copper or outside is tin. Today the nickel coating you also must have heard. So these type of coatings that appeared in 13th, 14th century. 13th is zinc extraction. So earlier zinc purely cannot be extracted. So yes, he says improvement in zinc extraction. So earlier zinc could not be extracted so easily, now zinc is extracted entirely, and zinc plus copper gave us brass, pital. And you will see in medieval age, this brass industry suddenly exploded. Explode do not mean exploded, exploded means increased. Increased in such a great way that in India you will see so many centers of brass production. I don't clearly remember, but Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, as around Delhi you will find so many centers of brass production. So many things of brass, pital are made. So pital became very famous and looks like gold. And that's why famous poet says ki this world is made up of pital, kya duniya pittal di. So on these songs, which is I also quote generally in class, ki gold, pital or this brass becomes so famous because it looks like gold. Obviously it's not gold, but it looks like gold. It is less darker than copper. So it is more looking like gold, and that's why brass became one of the favorite thing for commoners to keep in their house. Those who can't afford gold, they have started keeping this brass. And that is zinc, possible only after zinc extraction. 14th, he says, glazed tiles and pottery. Glazed. Chini mitti. Glazed tiles, especially the blue tiles, and pottery. Glazed ware, which we called porcelain. Mughal poetry is called glazed poetry. They have imported from China and they started producing in India also. Today, majority of our electric works, you will see the glazed ware or glazed things, chini mitti, which is added to that wire so that currents and its field could not go down. If you will see on this glazed tiles. So in Central Asia, Samarkand is famous for. Just want to show you one thing, Samarkand. So architecture of Samarkand is famous for its glazed tiles. These are the glazed tiles. These are the glazed tiles. If you see this, so I can show you the Indian architecture on the same pattern. In India, near this Humayun Tomb and Nizamuddin Auliya Dargah, there is Sabz Burj. Sabz Burj, Delhi. It is made at the end of Delhi Sultanate. It is renovated by ASI. So you can see the same glazed tiles. These are the glazed tiles. I hope you can see it is very similar to this Samarkand architecture. Iranian architecture, Iranian dome. If I show you the dome of Abdul Qadir Jilani, glazed tiles. Glazed tiles. These are glazed tiles. So this is Abdul Qadir Jilani's dome, 12th century. Dome almost made later. This is Sabz Burj Indian. You can see Innova and Swift on the sides. And this is Samarkand dome. So all these are Central Asian style, which is based on glazed ware. And glazed tiles, and the glazed ware is porcelain. So that is almost similar. Next is astrolabe and sundial from China appeared in India. Astrolabe and sundial. Astrolabe is multi-purpose for the height of buildings, for movement of sky or stars, used in navigation. It used the various proportion of trigonometry for height and distance. Sundial is for time, which is in our Jantar Mantar. And you will see Firoz Shah Tughlaq made observatory. Indian kings Savai Jai Singh made 2 observatories famous in Jaipur and Delhi. So these all are for navigation. It improves navigation, timekeeping, finding distance, for more scientific. The books are called Jiz. Those who Zij, not Jiz, Zij. For example, Savai Jai Singh got his astronomical book, who made these Jantar Mantar. The name of his book was Zij Muhammad Shahi. He dedicated it to King Muhammad Shah. 18th century literature. So on the basis of this astrolabe, it is possible to have more exact informations. So these are called Zij. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq made observatory, Savai Jai Singh made a lot of observatory, so much enlightened king, but he belonged to 18th century. So this is multi-purpose astrolabe and sundial. If it is given in this book, though I don't remember, you can see medieval astrolabe. Then the 16th is Chinese compass appeared in India. It has floating needle. Simple in water, put a magnet. Magnetic compass. Rather than Chinese, we can write it magnetic compass. We today take these things for granted because we think it's very primitive technology. But obviously, when it came to it was revolutionary. For example, today we say cycle as a very primitive tool, but cycle when came must be very revolutionary. So likewise, this Chinese compass, so in liquid the magnet is found, so that magnet moves north and south. So this compass, magnetic compass appeared in 14th, 15th century. Floating needle used in Indian ships for navigation. So imagine astrolabe and Chinese compass. What easy the navigation life would have begun. Europe used it and launched the age of navigation. We had this, we can't put it in that much use. So more than technology, it's how you use the technology. That's more important. 17th, so a long list of military technology. Military technology. So what military technology starts appearing in India? First is concave saddle. Saddle is the seat on which the warriors sit. And you will see the saddle earlier was straight, which is not very much usable for long distance journey. But later they started using it in concave shape, which we call modern saddle. Saddle is the seat on which the warrior sits. So that's one introduction. Second is iron stirrup. Stirrup is in which we keep our feet. So earlier they were leather stirrups. So soldier can't keep his feet for a very long time because it is made up of leather and it do not give him that stability. From the two sides of seats, this is made up of leather in which he keep his feet. So iron stirrups appeared. Iron stirrup is the last one. Even today we use iron stirrups. Today they have some type of shockers also. That's a 21st century innovation. But these iron stirrups. So in Rajput cavalries you will see, Mughal cavalries you will see these iron stirrups. Third is the appearance of crossbow. So rather than this bow and arch, which is hand drawn, you find a wood piece in which if this is wooden piece, in which this bow is connected. If you will pull it, so this bow will be pulled with full of tension. And this is where the thread is. Here one stopper and this is your arrow. So you can pull it like a gun, wait for it. It's not that the moment you have drawn, you have to lose it. Because earlier it was used by both the hands. You have that tool, first take your aim and then pull a button from beneath. This stopper will go down and the arrow will shoot like a gun. That is called crossbow. So in Europe also crossbows appeared. Here also crossbow appeared. Then the Mongol, first one more thing, then I'll come to Mongol. Next thing they started using. Let's come to Mongol only. So Mongols introduced some innovations back in their country, which revolutionized everything, entire army. Mongols were called the army of zombies because of their three innovations. First, though, in this iron stirrup, when you have iron stirrup, they started giving their soldiers sandals to wear. Instead of normal shoes, cavalry will wear sandal-like shoes. This is their shoe. Now, if you put that in iron stirrup, it gets fixed. If your sandals' edge are fixed in those iron stirrups, you can stand on this horse without the fear of slipping down. So their cavalrymen used to wear these type of sandals which they fix in that stirrup. And they stand and they could shoot with both the hands. So without the fear of slipping, cavalry became much more agile. So first is the use of sandals, which the Turks of India also adopted. Second was compound bow. So earlier you will see we were mainly using the long bows, single wood with the string is attached and you make it or you draw it and shoot the arrows. Mongol bow was compound, very much like this. You will have to pull these two sides back. So it is a small bow with this type of architecture. This is small bow, compound, made up of three things. And it is a small bow which you can shoot. So those soldiers, when they stand, so they can shoot on all the sides because their bow is much smaller. Whereas long bow is much bigger. If you are drawing it on one side, you will have to take it down and then you have to shoot on the other side. And I hope you can understand in that warfare, mobility and agility, how much important it is. And third thing Mongol used, Indians later also used, that they wear 3-4 folds of silk beneath their leather cloth. So whenever the arrow moves, it moves with a rotating arrow. Arrow rotates in air. So whenever the Mongol or any enemy's arrow enters in their leather cloth, the silk, the 3-4 folds of silk, it twists in that arrow. The arrow stops before entering into the body. So 3-4 fine silk pieces they wear or silk shirts they wear on top. So as the arrow enters, it gets plummeted or it gets bogged down in that silk. And due to that bogging down in the silk, it do not enter into the body. It's not very important thing here. It's not a new technology, silk shirts they wear. But yes, that's what gave them the edge. Then the most important thing which entered in India, the war technology only. That is called saltpeter. Now saltpeter gave us gunpowder. And because of this, gunpowder appeared. Earliest gunpowder were rockets. Not very targeted rockets. Just to distract the cavalry. So they will shoot the rocket, like our Diwali rocket, they will go and will enter into the army. Some even trying to put some sword shape from beneath. So these arrows, unlike our these rockets, unlike our straight rocket, they move zigzag. Even today in Diwali, if you shoot some rocket on ground, so it will go by great wave shape. It is just to distract, to break the army for opening. These rockets are not going to blast or make a lot of damage. But yes, if 40 horses are and you want to enter from between, so you start shooting the rocket. So slowly and slowly their horse may get distracted. The opening will enter and you can tear that army from between. So it has a more of nuisance value. These are the rockets, and he gave us the figure of rocket. It will be difficult for me to find. I have not written the page number, but rockets were used. And painting is also of 18th century. So Tipu Sultan famously used these rockets. It's not something very novel. Rockets were always there. Later, Turks built a lot of Turk technology. This Rumi, they have focused a lot on gunpowder. And they have built cannons. And to lure Akbar against Safavid, these were Ottomans, these were Safavid Irans, these were Uzbeks, these were Mughals, Babar, these were Afghans. So Uzbek and Safavid were enemies. So Safavid tried to have friendship with Mughals. Safavid and Ottoman were enemies. So Safavid were trying to lure Babar against Uzbeks. Ottomans were trying to lure Babar against Safavid. So both Safavid and Ottomans thought Babar as a regional general who will help. Safavid thought Babar will help us against Uzbeks. Ottomans thought Babar will help us against Safavids. The Ottomans in 1520s gave Babar cannons. Babar brought these cannons in Punjab. And you will see, he have devastated the Lodhi army. And later, Rana Sanga. So cannons were introduced in India in 1520s, but gunpowder was there since 1380s and 1340s. And that's why you will see that Bahmani and Vijayanagar, in their mutual armies, they have used gunpowder. And handheld cannons, which is nothing but rockets. So like Diwali cannons, you have a small cannon, barely 2 feet. You put a rocket from one side, you hold it, rocket will move. That was a very, very primitive cannon which we call rockets more. Just like today we keep rockets in bottle. Later the large cannons were used by Mughals. That was Rumi. And on the basis of these cannons, in 1453, Ottomans conquered that Kustuntuniya, which they named Istanbul, Constantinople. That was military technology. 18th is saltpeter only. I have written 18th as saltpeter. So earlier were cavalry, this is still army, but saltpeter. 19th is the last innovation, although this book has some more, but that was too technical. So earlier this ploughshare, hull, plough, it was to tear the earth. Ploughshare is available in India for hundreds of years, ox driven. But now here you have some hollow box also. Sorry, not this one. Back of this you have one hollow box also. It is full of seeds. As your ploughshare moves, it keeps on tripping this opening. The earth keeps on tripping this opening, and one seed starts falling at regular interval. So it's called seed drill. So in ploughshare, seed drill is added. And the seed drill keeps on dropping the seeds. So on page number 5 of this book, you have the figure of that plowshare with seed drill. You can see this lower figure. If it is visible, God knows it is visible or not. Or I'll upload these photos in Google Drive and will give the link below this if video is uploaded. For students only, to students, in that portal, I'll upload these photos. And this is the seed drill. So these were the two questions I was asked to discuss. Thanks for it. And I hope we all can easily understand what are the social effects of these oil drills or the saltpeter, army, less labor intensive agriculture, expansion of agriculture, long canals, etc., etc. So take any 2-3 century period, so you will see a lot of innovations came. No period is period of absolute stagnation. And that's why if ever you ask about 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th century, so there are some innovations came, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th century, so innovations came. From Mughal onwards, the sources are more, that's why in Mughal period, more innovations are introduced. In British period, the sources are even more, so in British period, we feel like more innovations are added. The reason is the older you go, innovation seems very fundamental. For example, we think this pot, wheel, Neolithic revolution, so many things were introduced, wheels, etc., etc. So we take them on its face value, what a wheel is. Imagine these buttons. So these buttons look like a very basic things. For us it is common sense, but when they came, they were innovations. These scissors today seems like very basic, but they were innovations. So these are the 19 innovations which I have found out from various, this is the authoritative book of medieval India. So these 19 innovations, I hope 19 innovations are more than enough. And many innovations have sub-parts also, the 25, 30 innovations.
Question number 13 of General Studies paper 1. How did the colonial rule affect the tribals in India, and what was the tribal response to the colonial operation? Now this question is again very big, but you have to write in 250 words, so you have little more time and space, approximately 10 to 11 minutes. The first point you have to write is the influx of the outsiders in 18th and 19th century. Who were these outsiders? For tribals, it was not only the British, but it was also Indians. So of course, the colonial masters, whether they are administrators, whether they are judicial or police, or any other administrative staff people. But here, the peasants, the zamindars, the money lenders, the peasants from plain area, the traders, the doctors, the teachers, and the contractors, these all Indians, they also started coming inside the tribal area. What impact it made? The impact it made was, that is what the effect you have to write, that it impacted their livelihood, because these outsiders, for them in Jharkhand they were called Dikus. These outsiders took their basic source of income, like land, like forest product, and of course they had their own notion and conception of modernization, development, civilization, whereas the tribals had own concept of life. And this is going to clash first time in Indian history in 18th century, because if you look at ancient and medieval period, in entire these periods, they were relatively in those days isolated, but that isolation was not possible perhaps in 18th and 19th century. So the first thing which impacted was their livelihood. The second thing which impacted was their culture, and that includes language, that includes way of life. And often these people who came from outside, they presume that they are superior in terms of civilization, culture, whether it is language, etiquettes, dress, everything. You don't have to write necessarily all these points, but you have to keep in your mind while writing in 2 sentences that they had a contempt almost about the tribal culture and often insulted, and that was triggering every day in certain parts of tribals. Obviously, the anger were accumulated over 18th and 19th century. So once they saw that the two very essential part of their life, one is the livelihood and one is the culture, which is directly linked with the day-to-day life, that is on attack. So what they did, that their response was not political, not constitutional, but very violent. And that's the point you have to write, that in most cases the tribal people responded very, very violently. And in violence, when we say, they attacked physically the houses, the individuals, whether they are zamindars, contractors, officials, they burnt. They also mobilized at local level. They also use traditional methods of mobilization, like using drums, like having night meeting, torchlight meeting, dinner meeting, and coal uprising, Munda uprising, and coal uprising, Munda uprising, Santhal uprising are examples which you can write. You can also write the year in bracket. Munda, for instance, 1899, 1900, Santhal 1855, 56. But if you are forgetting, no harm. Just write that these uprising in 19th century were very violent, and that is one of the feature you would see even in post-independent India, that most of the tribal uprisings were very, very violent. One more point you can add in your answer, that when our freedom struggle was going on and when nationalism was gaining currency and popularity among a section of Indians, largely middle class, lower middle class, and even among the peasant. But in tribals, this nationalism was not taking any ground, any root, because they had their own sense of community. The other people in India perhaps had lost that identity. So Indian nationalism was the only unifying force apart from their caste and community. But since many of them were migrating from rural to urban area, in case of tribals, they were living in isolation, relatively hills and forests, whether in the central India or whether it is in northeast. So that sense of nationalism was almost negligible in tribal area, and the sense of community was very strong. So that is also a reason why they did not accept those so-called outsiders, and their response was very, very violent. So these are those points which you have to write in this question.
So here we are with question number 14 of GS paper 1. And the question says, comment on the resource potential of long coastline of India and highlight the status of natural hazard preparedness in these areas. A good question, a very manageable question as well. The question has two parts, wherein in the first part you have to mention about the resource potential. Now, that's a pretty lengthy thing to write about. And the introduction could have been that you begin with that the resource potential of the long coastline arises because we have a coastline which is more than 7,500 kilometers long. At the same time, now I'm sure many of you would have written that down, but at the same time, we also have a vast EEZ. So our total EEZ is more than 2 million square kilometers. Along with that, we have a continental shelf which is around 0.5 million square kilometers. So because of this vastness of the coastal area, along with that the EEZ, the resource potential of the coastal areas is immense. Now, the resource potential can be divided into a couple of things over here. The first one which we are going to talk about is that we have got ports, shipping, the sea lanes of communication, the coastal economic zone, the special economic zone potential. So that's all about the economy related in the context of port shipping, etc. As you know, we have got 13 major ports. Then the government envisages to develop these coastal areas as transshipment hubs for logistics, international trade. You can talk about the Mundra port over here. So keep giving in certain specific names, so as to keep on value adding, so as to keep on enriching your answers in that way. The Vizag port which we have, the hub and the spoke model of the coastal economic zone which the government is envisaging. So that's one of the points to be written down. Along with that, when you mention the ports and the shipping, be very specific about to bring about the strategic potential. Now, I don't know how many of you could think about it, but those of you, those of you who could, this is a very brilliant point to be putting over there, that we have got a strategic potential of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which is just 200 kilometers from one of the international choke points, that's Malacca Strait. And Andaman and Nicobar Islands, you know, it acts as a quad force multiplier as well. It provides us access to those critical sea lanes of communication as well. So that's the first point related to the commercial resource potential of our coastal areas. The second point related to this is about the minerals, and these minerals, they include the metallic, the non-metallic, the hydrocarbons. So again, you write about the Krishna Godavari basin, the Narmada Tapi basin, the recently discovered reserves over there, the sand-based minerals which we have, which includes the monazite sands, thorium reserves, the marine phosphorite deposits which we have, and then again the salt extraction from the brine which we do over the coastal areas of the states like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra. That's a good point to be adding on to this mineral reserves as well. Third, again, the renewable energy potential. Now, renewable energy potential, you know, we have got offshore wind energy potential of the Gulf of Khambar, the Kutch, etc. The tidal energy, again, see, like I say, I keep reiterating that, and I keep telling my students, even it is in the GS or in the optional, it's very, very relevant for you people to give specific statistics wherever possible. So mentioning about the tidal energy potential, so India has a tidal energy potential of around 8,000 to 9,000 megawatts. We have a huge ocean thermal energy conversion potential as well. Our wave energy potential is about 40,000 megawatts. So like we have a wave energy power plant near Tiruvananthapuram. So that's what you mention over here. Followed by the agriculture resources, including the aquaculture, of course the marine fisheries, names of certain marine fisheries if you're aware of it, the sardines, the Indian salmon, the mackerel, the anchovies which we have over the coastal areas. The coastal aquaculture. Coastal aquaculture, the algal culture which is becoming very, very popular, be it the seaweeds, be it the shrimp farming, the sewage fed fish culture, if you know about it, in local language of West Bengal, it's known as bhedis. Then we have agriculture potential as well, because there are fertile deltaic alluvial soils of the Kaveri Delta. In Kerala, the people over there, they practice the paddy cum fish culture as well. They locally call it as Pokalis of Kerala. So these are some of the names, the examples which you could have brought in your answer in order to keep value adding to your answer. Followed by, of course, the ecological and the tourism potential. You write about the blue beaches of India, you write about the great ecological reserves, the mangroves, the coral reefs, which we have over here. Basically, the blue carbon and how this blue carbon can be converted into blue economy as well. So that is what you could have added on. Followed by the second part of the question, which asks you about the natural hazard preparedness. Now, natural hazard preparedness becomes very critical for the coastal areas because they are prone to both the geophysical hazards as well as the climatic hazards. The geophysical hazards like the tsunamis, the climatic hazards like the tropical cyclones, and in case you remember some of the examples, Cyclone Biparjoy which happened recently, Cyclone Amphan of 2020, Cyclone Fani of 2019, Indian Ocean Tsunami of 2004. So all of these are the examples of the hazards or the disasters which have affected our coastal areas in the past. And this calls for that we become very aware about the disaster management preparedness for the coastal areas. Now this preparedness, the status of the natural hazard preparedness, the Sendai framework says that it has to begin with hazard risk vulnerability assessment. The good thing over here is that for the long coastline of India, along with the island territories, the hazard risk vulnerability assessment is through, which means that the zones which are prone to this coastal hazards like coastal erosion, that has been identified. The zones which are prone to tsunamis, which are more prone to tropical cyclones, they have been identified as well. We have got tsunami prone region map. We have got coastal areas cyclone prone management map. So we have got those kind of zonation done. So HRVA is through. Then since 2008, the government is implementing the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project. Under this National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project, the early warning systems for the cyclones are there in place. The structural measures, the non-structural measures are very much part of the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project, followed by the preparedness part, which involves whether preparing the cyclone shelters, etc. So for cyclone, I would say that cyclone is one of the disasters in which India excels, nonetheless. You guys must be aware about it. So we have a cyclone risk mitigation project which frequently has revealed that India has been doing well when it comes to cyclone management. This is to be followed by your discussion on the Indian Ocean Tsunami Early Warning System as well. Now, when it comes to Indian Ocean Tsunami, we have an early warning system, which essentially came into being after the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, if you know about it. It was put into place after the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami. The good thing now is that we have an early warning system in place, so this can forewarn the administration about any likelihood of tsunami because of an underwater earthquake in the region of Indian Ocean. There are various structural measures like sea walls which are being set up as well. Now the sea walls, they provide resilience not just against coastal erosion but also against the storm surges during the tropical cyclones. So these structural measures, some of the states have started to come up with these, like Odisha has started to come up with these structural measures. Mumbai, along the coast of where we have that Nariman Point, along with that in Kerala, for many of the coastal areas, there are these sea walls which are being constructed in various ways. Structural measures including sea walls, including terrapod, tetrapod, etc. as well, reinforcements of these terrapods, tetrapods, which are going to provide protection against increasing extent of coastal erosion. Because when you talk about the natural hazard preparedness, with climate change and the sea levels gradually rising, the extent of coastal erosion is also accelerating. But that's not just the only reason why the coastal erosion happens, but this is not what the question asks for. So that would be a digression that you start writing too much about the coastal erosion. But keep that in mind, that coastal erosion is one of the major natural hazards which threatens the long coastline of India. And then the disaster resilient infrastructure comes up as well. What you can do over here is, as a value addition, that you can conclude with the coastal regulation zone management rules, which were given by the government in late 2018 and 2019. Now, the sole idea of having CRZ management rules is that coastal areas have lot of resource potential. They have got lot of resource potential, but at the same time, these coastal areas, they are fragile, they are ecologically fragile, but they are also prone to lot of natural hazards. They're also prone to lot of natural hazards. And coastal areas also remain some of the most densely populated areas because of the vast resource potential which they carry. That is why it's utmost essential to have a scientific land use planning for the coastal areas. And with that objective in mind, to have the scientific land use planning for the coastal areas in order to regulate the human activities in the coastal areas, back in 2018-2019, a revised set of rules called as the CRZ management rules were given by the Union Ministry of Environment. Likewise, we have got island management rules as well. So we don't have these only for the coastal areas, but also for the island territories of the country. So your conclusion could have been something in reference to the CRZ management rules. That would have given quite sense of completion, logical conclusion of this particular question. We move on, and the next question over here is the 15th question, question number 15. Now the question says that identify and discuss the factors which are responsible for diversity of natural vegetation in India. At the same time, assess the significance of wildlife sanctuaries for the rainforest regions of the country. Again, like I say, you can always find environment related questions in physical geography because one of the important themes under physical geography remains environmental geography. So this is one of the questions where the examiner has put in an environment, seems like an environment related question, but this is very much in the domain of physical geography. The major factors which have a role to play in making diverse natural vegetation of India, now these are climate, topography, soils. These are the major factors. Then you move on that India has, introduction could have been that India has vast diversity of natural vegetation, and you can give an examples. We have got littoral forests over the coastal areas. We have got coniferous forests over the Himalayan region. We have got grasslands in the semi-arid belts of the country. We have got desert type of vegetation as well. We have tropical evergreen forests as well, tropical deciduous forest as well. Tropical deciduous again, which are wetter and which are drier, moving towards the scrub type of vegetation. So we have definitely have a wide array of natural vegetation in the country. Now, then moving on to that, the major factors. The major factors remaining, the first one being the climate. Now, give examples. Examples as in how climate affects. So, climate primarily is going to affect through precipitation and temperature, interplay between the two. So, what we find in our country is that the regions which have higher annual rainfall, let's say annual rainfall more than 200 centimeter, they have tropical evergreen forests. The regions which have got rainfall between 100 to 200 centimeter, they have monsoon deciduous forests. And wherever the rainfall becomes less than 100 centimeter but is in the range of 50 to 100 centimeter, we have got thorny scrub type of vegetation. So give examples how climate is affecting the natural vegetation. Moving on to the second one, that's topography. Again, you give examples. And the impact of topography is best evident in the altitudinal zonation of the natural vegetation which we find over the Himalayan region. So what do we find over the Himalayas? We find over the Himalayas that the natural vegetation, it keeps on changing. So at the foothills, we'll have tropical vegetation. As the altitude increases, this is going to change to subtropical to temperate. Finally, we'll have the alpine vegetation. So that's the second important factor, having a bearing on the diversity of natural vegetation. So the vast physiography of the country, the vast area, that's reflected in the physiography, that's reflected in the variety of climate, but at the same time, the variety of soil as well. And soil factors can be called as edaphic factors. Good example over here, the littoral mangrove vegetation which we have. So that's over the swampy regions, that's over the soils which are more or less saturated with water, so they have very, very little oxygen content or no oxygen content. At the same time, brackish water conditions existing over there. So that kind of wetland, now every wetland is not all the mangrove vegetation are wetlands, but every wetland need not be mangrove. But the edaphic factors, good example could have been by writing down about the mangrove vegetation which is found in the intertidal zone. So, the mangrove vegetation found in the intertidal zone. Along with that, those of you who knew about it, how human factors have a role to play. So, along with that, those of you who knew how the human factors. Now, human factors have a role to play, and the example could have been the shola vegetation. Now, in case you know about the shola vegetation, we have the shola forests interspersed with, in Western Ghat region, that's the region of Nilgiri Hills. So we have got shola forests which are interspersed with the grasslands. So shola forest and the grassland mosaic. So it's a hilly region, like I said, it's the region of Nilgiris of Western Ghats, but it has got very interesting mosaic of tropical forests along with the grasslands. And this has always perplexed the naturalists or the ecologists. Why has it been so? One of the hypotheses over here is that the fires, repeated wildfires put in by the humans have been one of the reasons that in proximity of the forested areas, we have got grasslands as well. So that's the wildfires set by humans which have played a role. That's wildfires set by humans, which have a role to play in affecting the natural vegetation of the Shola region. The next part of the question, they are asking you, what is the significance of the wildlife sanctuaries in the rainforested regions of the country? Again, give some examples of the wildlife sanctuaries which are found in the rainforest regions of the country. So a couple of examples over here, like we have the Hing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary of Assam, the Silent Valley National Park, the Mudumalai Wildlife Sanctuary, the Wayanad, etc. These are some of the examples which have the established protected area network of the country for protection of the rainforests region of the country. The significance. Now the significance is that these rainforested regions of the country are some of the biodiversity hotspots of India as well. So if you know that we have got 4 biodiversity hotspots. The 4 biodiversity hotspots, what do they include? They include the island of Nicobar. They include northeastern India, along with Andaman Islands. These include Western Ghats and of course northwestern Himalayas as well. And these are the three regions, the Nicobar Islands, northeastern India, Andaman Islands, Western Ghats, where most of the tropical rainforests of the country, are occurring. So the significance is that we have got these wildlife sanctuaries over here because these wildlife sanctuaries are actually trying to address they're trying to help to maintain the ecological integrity of the biological hotspots of India. So the rainforested regions are coinciding with the biological hotspots. And then of course, significance of wildlife sanctuaries, so the human activities are regulated inside a wildlife sanctuary. Any kind of hunting, any kind of killing down of the animals is completely prohibited. There are going to be a lot of Schedule 1 animals over here in the wildlife sanctuaries as well. These rainforested regions of the country will be home to a lot of endemic species as well. Probably with increasing human footprint, they're also home to some of the threatened species as per the IUCN list as well. Which means that any kind of trade in these species needs to be highly regulated. So the wildlife sanctuaries, they are trying to address these host of pressures, which the biodiversity, which the flora and the fauna of these rainforested regions could be experiencing. So the significance is that since these regions are coinciding with the biodiversity hotspots, with time, due to host of human pressures, biodiversity has increasingly faced a lot of threats. So the habitat loss, other kind of threats which are experienced by the wildlife can be addressed in a meaningful manner by establishment of these kind of wildlife sanctuaries or these kind of protected areas. Conclusion could have been with the National Wildlife Action Plan. So if you know about it, we have a National Wildlife Action Plan, and this National Wildlife Action Plan, one of the aims of this is that there should be better protection of the wildlife of the country, especially in the biological diversity hotspots of the country. That's at most essential. So you could have concluded with NWAP discussion over here.
Why India, though India is doing good in terms of economic development, why it is not able to work on human development? Now, Human Development Index focuses on health, education, poverty. These are the 3 indicators. Now, poverty we can link with skill development and education, and we can write on these 3 topics: health, how health is not getting improved, how education is not getting improved, and how skill development is not happening. So what are the reasons for poor HDI growth? Low investment in human resource factors like health, education and skill development as a percentage of GDP. Majority of budget expenditure is on welfare schemes and not on empowerment of people. Then economic growth has not created enough job opportunities, so there is no distribution of wealth. Then skill development is very low. Proportion of population that is skilled is only 5%, so leading to poor empowerment and poverty. Then low expenditure on healthcare by state again push people into poverty because they have to spend lot of money on out of pocket expenditure. Low expenditure on education, especially low, leading to low enrollments in secondary education and higher education, again leading to poverty. Poor implementation of schemes related to healthcare and education. How can we say there is poor implementation of scheme? No outcome oriented approach is followed. The focus is only on spending money on these schemes and not on improving outcomes. Then schemes like NRLM are not generating enough income for the women, especially in rural areas. Failure of trickle down effect. High economic growth not generated income for lower sections of the society. Then inequalities, we can also write about inequalities, rural urban inequalities. Rural growth is not there, urban growth is there. So a majority of the section still lives in rural areas. Then lack of capability approach being followed by the state as given by Dr. Amartya Sen. So what is capability approach? It says understanding whether welfare schemes are bringing any positive change or not. For example, whether education is improving learning outcomes or not. Then per capita income in agriculture is also very low, leading to and majority of the population is dependent on agriculture, so automatically their health and education indicators will be low. And then economic growth has not happened in manufacture sector which creates majority of the jobs. So you can write lot of points in this answer, and these factors have kept the human development indicators low in India. So you can mention about, in the conclusion, you can also mention some schemes related to health, education and skill development. For example, for health, you can say Ayushman Bharat mission is making a positive change. In education, you can say Right to Education and Nipun Bharat is trying to improve enrollments and learning outcomes in schools. And skill development mission is trying to make the population more skilled. So you can conclude the answer by writing some valid schemes here.
From being a net importer in 1960s, India has emerged as a net exporter to the world. So examiner wants you to start the question through this, that how we were a net importer and now we are a net exporter of food grains. So you will tell the examiner that, okay, you know about this, I also know, and I am going to give you certain statistics. I'm also going to give you certain facts to prove that this is a correct statement. Okay, so if I'm to start the question, I can start the question by giving certain statistics. Just say, I can start the question by giving the statistics, that is 1960-61, we were producing around 82 million tons of food grains, 35 million tons of rice, approximately 11 million tons of wheat. And today, we are producing around more than 330 million tons as per the advanced estimates. This is the food production. Around 130 million tons of rice, around 110 million tons of wheat. So you can start by giving certain statistics, 2022, 2023. Or you can start your question by giving the examples, just say, India was a net importer of food grains, where our economy was known as ship-to-mouth economy, and we were dependent on the food grains that were coming from USA, which was given to us under the Public Law 480 scheme. Okay. So this is a way wherein you are going to reinforce what the examiner has mentioned here. Okay. So I'm going to introduce. Yahan par in this type of question, there would be a set formula for introduction. That is, I am going to explain this point in the introduction. That is, okay, what you are saying is true, and I have the statistics with me, or I have the knowledge about that India was a net importer, now it is a net exporter. Okay. Achha. Then after writing an introduction, it's a 15-mark question. See, you need to write 200, 250 words, so the examiner mentions around 250 words, but it's difficult to write 250 words. So even if you write somewhere between 200 to 220 words, that is, that won't be incorrect, that would be more than enough. Achha. Yahan par, now I will write India was a net importer of food grains. We were dependent on the food grains that were shipped from USA to India. Our economy was known as ship to mouth economy, and we were dependent on the other countries, and there was acute shortage of food grains in India. But today is a time when India is the net exporter of food grains. Today we are having maximum of the share in the world trade of rice, and around 40%, more than 40% of world trade of rice is supplied by India. We are also a major exporter of wheat in the world, and not only directly but also through diplomatic channels, we are supplying the food grains to a number of countries. So we have come a long way from being a net importer to a net exporter. Take it. So this is how I'm going to introduce. Now, what has been the reason? Here the introduction. Okay, what is the reason? Now, the most important reason here would be Green Revolution. Now, you know that Green Revolution was not a program started by the government. Green Revolution basically refers to the change in the agricultural practices that we witnessed in the world after Norman Borlaug developed a high-yielding variety, a semi-dwarf variety which could prevent stem lodging. What led to the Green Revolution was this HYV seed, which was cultivated over a large area, that is monoculture, use of chemicals or fertilizers or pesticides, use of machines, use of irrigation. So with all of these systems, the agriculture production in the country started increasing. The government of India came up with certain programs like, for example, the High Yielding Varieties Development Program, Intensive Agriculture Development Program, that helped us in increasing the agriculture production. Investments were made in the field of agriculture. Number of agriculture universities were set up. You can name the agriculture institutions as Pantnagar University, or for example, the Punjab Agriculture University, which were set up with the support from US government. So Green Revolution, the major part of your answer has to be on Green Revolution. But for the Green Revolution, certain other things were also required. They say, if I say we are the largest producer of rice or largest exporter of rice in the world, second largest producer of rice, a number of areas are there in the country where rice cultivation started after the Green Revolution, which were not the traditional centers, where the government encouraged the farmers to cultivate rice. And that would not have been possible without the reforms in the market. So, market reforms are also the reasons where one of the very important reforms was minimum support price. Okay? So market reforms were initiated in most of the states. APMC mandis were set up. Okay? Then in that case, the market government came up with the concept of MSP, procuring the grains from the farmers at a fixed price that encouraged the farmers to produce more. Then इसी में Green Revolution के साथ you can also talk about regional rural banks that were set up, which provide cheap and easy credit to the farmers, helped in mechanization, increasing the agriculture production. Then again, इसके साथ land reforms, ठीक है? So with the land reforms where the ownership rights were given, tenants were given some kind of security of tenureship that encouraged the tenants to invest back in their land. Okay? Land consolidation drives like Chakbandi were carried out, which helped the farmers in achieving economies of scale. Okay? ये सब land reforms के part थे. The increase in agriculture production would not have been possible without these as well. Okay? So introduction of technology, research and development, they all will be part of Green Revolution. उसके बाद market reforms, उसके बाद land reforms, they are also the reasons for increase in agriculture production. Okay? So government subsidies, government support programs, which largely started during this particular time. Okay? Conclusion. Suppose I am to write the conclusion here. Again, I cannot end my answer on a negative note. Okay? We can talk about the need for addressing the food security of the entire world. We can talk about how still there is a scope for a lot of reform. Yes, we are the net exporters of the food grains in the world, but still our share in the world trade of agri commodities is this, and there's a lot of scope for a lot of reforms. There are certain areas which were bypassed during the Green Revolution which have not seen market reforms. We need some market reforms as well. Second phase of land reforms is what is required in the country now. Okay? So I have achieved a lot of things, but still there's a lot of scope for some other things as well, because just becoming the net food exporter was never our goal, or is never our goal. Okay? So this is how you are going to attempt this question.
Next, question number 18. This is a 15 marker. Now 18, 19, 20 are 15 markers, 250 words each. So the question is again very simple. Does urbanization lead to more segregation and marginalization of poor in Indo-metropolis? So the questions in introduction we can simply write, what is urbanization? So it is a process whereby there is increase in population in urban areas. And there is increase in population in urban areas mainly due to migration from rural areas. Now you can explain that migration from rural areas towards metro cities is the push-based migration. What is push-based migration? Where people living in rural areas due to distress conditions in rural areas move towards urban areas. So push migration in India is very dominant in spite of pull migration. Pull migration means people getting attracted towards urban areas because of job opportunities. But push migration means people moving to urban areas because there is nothing left in rural areas. So push migration in urban area from rural areas towards urban areas is leading to marginalization of the people in urban areas, of these migrants in urban areas. Let us see how. Especially in metro cities, we will discuss. Let us see how. So migrants are not able to find jobs in urban areas, mainly because they are unskilled for manufacturing sector and service sector in urban areas. They have come from agriculture background. Then cities don't have enough jobs to accommodate the growing population of migrants. So most of them remain unemployed, and unemployment leads to poverty. Then increased urbanization puts pressure on land. Pressure on land means birth of slums. Then most of the migrants suffer from extreme poverty, again because of lack of job opportunities. Most of them become street vendors. Lower caste do marginalized occupation like manual scavenging. Migrant women engage them in household cleaning work. So this creates a gap between the migrants and the local population in metro cities. So migrants are doing very low skilled jobs, which is pushing them into poverty and marginalization, and the locals are doing skilled jobs. They are becoming middle class in the metro cities. So we can say that migrants doing low skilled jobs and the locals doing skilled jobs has created what is known as occupational segregation in metro cities. And most of the jobs done by the migrants are very low paying and informal jobs. So again leading to their marginalization. So in the conclusion we can say, in order to reduce marginalization of poor, government has launched multiple schemes like affordable housing scheme in urban areas where there will be redevelopment of slums. Then national urban livelihood missions creating SHGs in urban areas, and also skilling the migrants under NULM. Then Swanidhi Yojana for street vendors and Vishwakarma Yojana for artisans. This has been launched very recently in 2023. So all these areas, all these points can be written for this answer of urbanization. So definitely yes, marginalization and segregation of the migrants are happening in metro cities. Next, question number 19. What is caste identity and the question is, why is caste identity in India both fluid as well as static? So in introduction we can define what is caste. So caste is a form of social stratification, arrangement of different sections of society in a hierarchical order according to purity and pollution concept. Then caste identities in India are both fluid as well as static. So in the introduction we can explain what is the meaning of the term fluid and what is the meaning of the word static. So fluid means that caste identity keeps on changing. It is not fixed. Sometimes you claim yourself to be upper caste, sometimes you claim yourself to be lower caste. It also means that caste has lost its relevance in the present times. Static means caste identities are still important and caste continues to hold relevance as it used to hold relevance in the past. So what are the reasons for caste being both static and fluid? Because the question asks specifically the reasons for being fluid and static. So the reason for caste being static is reservation still given on the basis of caste. So people revive their caste identities to claim the benefit of reservation. Then caste becomes important factor during the time of marriage. People still prefer to marriage within their own caste. Then most of the low level occupations like manual scavenging is still done by Dalits only. And for knowing their caste identity, they still refer to the Varna system. So this makes caste system static. So caste is relevant. Caste is fluid. Caste becoming irrelevant. How urbanization, globalization and modernization has blurred the occupational restrictions in caste. Nobody's follow their caste occupation. Land reforms, green revolution and universal adult franchise, they have made class more important than caste even in rural areas. So we see rise of dominant caste like Jats, Yadavs, Reddys. Many lower caste have gone for Sanskritization. Sanskritization has again blurred the identities between upper caste and lower caste. There has been caste mobility of some caste, like some Yadavs claim themselves to be Yaduvanshi, some Langayats being treated as Brahmins. Therefore, caste identities have become blurred. And weakening of rules of purity and pollution, especially in urban areas. People are not concerned, people don't practice, people don't practice purity pollutions in urban areas, like they are not concerned about the person who is sitting next to them, who is eating food with them. They are not concerned about who is making food in the restaurant, what is the caste of the person who is making food in the restaurant. So caste identities and the importance of caste has definitely decreased. So caste is both fluid as well as static. So therefore, in conclusion, we can also say caste has always been manipulated to fulfill the needs and demands of the people accordingly. Next, question number 20. What is the impact of post-liberal economy on ethnic identity and communalism in India? So post-liberal economy means what is the impact of liberalization, privatization and globalization that happened in India after 1991. So we can say India went for liberalization, globalization and privatization in 1991. After 1991, India and the world have become more globalized, which has impacted ethnic identities and communalism. So in the impact you can write communalism has both increased and decreased. How communalism has increased and there is revival of ethnic identities. So we can say increase in modernization, westernization has led to what is called as religious revivalism, especially in religions which are very conservative and traditional. They demand going back to traditional norms, dress, cultural practices and ethnic identities. So too much modernization leading to revivalism. Religious revivalism is first point. Second, social media, fast spreading of information, events in one country impacting events in another country. Then few religious groups take benefit of liberalization and improve their economic status while others remain backward, leading to relative deprivation, breeding hatred and communalism. Next, communalism has decreased and ethnic identities have blurred. So points for this: increased modernization has brought rationality, logic and scientific temper, declining the importance of religion. Increased globalization brings homogeneity and dilutes ethnic identity and feeling of hatred between communities. So communalism gets reduced. And increased globalization creates job opportunities, which makes radicalization of youth difficult, and hence there is no possibility of revivalism. An increase in urbanization has also led to dilution of ethnic identities. So 4 points you can write for: yes, there has been in revival of communalism and ethnic identity. 4 points you can write. No, there is no revivalism. There is bloodness of ethnic identities. So you can give both the points. So this is all about your Indian society. About 105 marks have been asked here. Questions are very direct and simple this year. Thank you.